People, this is it. This is the final day of regulation play here for Street Fighter League Japan 2024. Today we will have our final 3 teams for the playoffs. Today we will send 3 teams home. And today we will see the results as the dust settles. And one step closer to see who's the best in the land of Japan. My name is Seiko. I'm joined with Vicious, my G. All good things must come to an end. I'm super sad that we have to get to this point, but we've had some great action thus far. How are you feeling?
You know, it's kind of like a little bit of a heartbreaker, right? I've been kind of rummaging through all of the data, looking at my entire spreadsheet full of knowledge and full of data, and it's just like, you know, it's sad to see it end, but one thing is for certain, I am thoroughly satisfied with seeing how everything has developed thus far. Looking at the current lineup, CAG Osaka versus Belc FAV Gaming, Crazy Raccoon versus Yogibo Reject, then of course the marquee matchup of Verel going up against Hiroshima Team Ikuza. It's still going to be a coin toss as to who's going to make it, at least regarding that marquee matchup. But one thing is for sure, it's been a damn good time all the way through, and I'm glad and I hope you guys have been enjoying it as well here with us in Street Fighter League Japan, as this is the final day of regulation season play for Division F and in totality of the Street Fighter League season thus far. So a lot to really look forward to. Still just as excited as ever. I kind of pumped myself up just typing it out last day of the season, and I'm already feeling some type of way, man. We'll see how it works out, but otherwise it's been a very interesting kind of like development in regards to like how much time has passed and how the meta has thoroughly developed, right? We've had the trend of DLCs just dominating tournaments after tournament after tournament, really making a name for themselves, and some of the players kind of taking helm with some of the DLC and becoming like an even stronger player for themselves going forward, like one of those cats being Shuto, right? Thoroughly adopting the way of the Shoto and Akuma, because he already knows what's on the line, right? With 8 million yen, you can't be fooling around. You got to make sure you make it all the way through to the playoffs, because that spread is something serious. With 5 million going to first, 2 million going to second, and 1 million again going to third place. But in that in mind, again, only 3 are going to make it, as you had mentioned, and it's going to be a pretty close-cut match, at least for that final matchup. But other than that, I've been talking about it. CAG Osaka and Belc FAV Gaming, they're kind of going to be like putting up the exhibition match, right? Unfortunately, there's nothing really in the running for them, for these two, so it feels like, you know, like the lower end fight card. That's kind of like the warm-up matches, but it's still going to be kind of intense regardless. However, with Crazy Raccoon and Yogibo Reject, this one is unpredictable in my opinion. I think obviously Yogibo Reject sitting at 285, they're not necessarily going to be losing anything out of this. Like the most that Crazy Raccoon can get at this point is 265. So no matter what, Yogibo Reject will be solidifying their place in that #1 spot. It's just a matter of whether or not Crazy Raccoon can hang on to that #2 spot, right?
Right. And last but not least, as you mentioned, the marquee match is how we're going to end things with a qualification to the playoffs. Verel versus Hiroshima Team Itsuka, the dark horse coming through. We will see between those 2 teams who makes it into the playoffs. And man, that is going to be a heartbreaker either which way. You know, you see all of these new cats and faces from Hiroshima Team Itsuka, Verel with the change up with Daikoku on their team, and Mago, who has really been doing a lot of work with that jury. All this is up in the air. Last time that they played, 25 points was won by Verel. They were able to take it in the end, at the very end with that first one, first to death. But anything could happen. We've seen a lot of shake-ups, switch-ups throughout the entirety of the league, entirety of the season, the beginning all the way to the end. It's hard to call who's going to win. It's hard to call who's going to be making it through. It'll be hard to call who actually gets the award for the best drive impact, or most drive impactor, I should say. I really want to know who gets it at the very end. Hopefully production, before we start for playoffs, will let us know who had the most drive impacts when it's all calculated, all done today. I think it was Machibo still at the very end, but I could be wrong. I'll just wait till the website gets finished. It gets completed till today is over. But again, as mentioned, 3 teams will moving on to the playoffs, as we already have 3 teams previously from our other division. Last day of regulation play, as you also mentioned, is bittersweet. It's been a long time coming. We watched a lot of the meta develop too as well with the players. You mentioned the characters also impacting the meta, but also like the players and how they've been able to develop their own game plans. So Tokido out here, we playing that player-to-player very well. Lashar getting cleaner, but also implementing a little bit of dirt, a little bit of confidence in his game plan too as well. Kazunoko ever about taking to the skies continuously and really dominating that approach too as well. So I like seeing these players take the Street Fighter League and week after week grind it out and get better and better. You see the results. You see their gameplay. If they're not always making the W, you can see it every time that they interact, every time that they throw hands. And speaking of people throwing hands, you can watch people throw hands with the watch parties too as well. You can join in with other people, with all these VTubers, the other people that are in the community too as well, top level streamers. It's great to see the love, the adoration, respect for Street Fighter, all the watch parties that are out here in the land of Japan. Something serious, and you see other people from the other teams watching, as Dogura, KB, and Tachikawa, and I'm guessing the Yogibo Reject crew are also watching Totality too. So that's super sick to see an entire team watching, maybe hosting it on their channel.
One of the things I was actually concerned about, kind of flipping the topic a little bit, is how does it work for the individual awards? Is it granted towards each division respectively, or is it like in total of the league? Because if that's the case, if it's the latter, then technically, apparently, Tokido might have the most when it comes to the drive impact success, then followed by Tachikawa, and then it has Machabo in third place. That's according to the standings on the website right now, in terms of the drive impact success. However, if we were to break it down specifically to each division, then you have Tachikawa pretty much leading the pack over in Division S. Then with Division F, it is going to be Tokido. So I'm actually kind of seeing whether or not it's going to be like each individual division or if it's just like in total of Street Fighter League. But Tokido climbing up on the top yet again. Part of the team that he's been doing it with is Yogibo Reject, obviously, 285 to their name, whereas Crazy Raccoon trailing behind him significantly with 220. Hiroshima team Ikusa, they had, what, 190 points? But again, those three teams, two of them will at least be qualifying. The third one is going to be a fight for their lives. And we're talking about the first matchup now. It is going to be CAG Osaka starting things off with Urio developing that Jamie as the eternal ace. And I loved watching that progression too. One of my favorite, I gotta say, not only players, but personalities that have come up in Street Fighter League Japan, that is Eita with Akuma. Fenrich with the development of the Blanca. I do believe he's been practicing a lot of JP on his stream though. That's up to the theoretical value. Who knows what that value truly is. And of course, the number one, Goichi extraordinaire, who has been flexing the Kami as of late. It's been pretty impressive, man. He's been getting the big dubs against a lot of the players here with this Kami, and also practicing it a lot on stream. One of the players that I always tend to look forward to when it comes to developing a character, so it's been really, really fun. Eita, is he looking at his dreams fly away from him? I don't know.
It might be. It might have some dreams lacking right now in terms of points too as well. Belc FAV Gaming looking to secure more points in their pocket before they have to exit stage right. Unfortunately, the lowest scoring team thus far, 80 points to their name, would like to walk away at least a lot more than what they've had. Let's take a look at Belc FAV Gaming and what they have in their roster. Starting things off with the Pad Master, DJ TS, though, putting people in the blender and in the mix with the Kin and the Akuma. Good pair of Shotokan characters. We have to fight him. It's over. It's Ryukichi on the Kin. Do not get hit. He will turn you into a combo clip. I'm telling you. Right after that, it's going to be the Eyes of Desperation, always open, seeing all the frames. Ruse on the JP and Bison. A little bit more on the gameplay we've seen from him. And we also see the strongest spear leading the pack, not on the sticks, but behind the scenes, trying to help his team reign supreme. It's Kazunoko, one of the oldest in the business, but still ever so dominant. This team, again, the pedigree, unfortunately, despite the level of play that they have, was not able to work up to the charge that they have compared to other teams. But that just goes to show how stacked it is at Street Fighter League. Again, they want to leave as many points in their pocket and not leave super sad. Would maybe like to crest over the 100-point mark. You have 80 right now. We'll see. CAG Osaka allows it to happen. Now we have JP, as you mentioned, Akuma, and Kami. What do you think about this order?
This order is superb, right? Eita has been really developing that Akuma as of late. Goichi also practicing that Kami on stream. JP coming back for the side of Fenrich with all of the buffs that have been included in the most recent balance patch. I am not too surprised. I feel like Fenrich is the perfect fit for this character and the way that he navigates his understandings of the neutral, his understandings of like where to dish out damage to and space out correctly with the fireballs. I'm really loving his current development. But this is not going to be the first time he's used it, and it's not going to be, actually, it is going to be the first time that he's going to be facing off against Belc FAV Gaming, as he was the one that was benched last time. So now that he's forced to play, I'm kind of wondering who is Falvu's going to be sending up. And it's going to be the JP matchup, the mirror match from Ryuse, starting things off first and starting things off right. I like that.
Now, I called Ruse coming up because he has such a good understanding of JP. That was the character he was rocking before with. And also, he's still in love with. Seeing him on Twitter be like, man, I just want to play JP. I'm going to keep playing this character. He's super fun. It's great to see him return to JP, especially after the buffs that happened. But I'm surprised it's JP mirror match, though. I'm surprised it's not the Bison. But there could be a switch on either side if things do go in a different sort of way. But either way, I like Ruse coming up. That means Ryukichi or maybe Sako after this, and then TS to possibly end things off. I like the Akuma pick against like the possibility of Chun-Li if Cammy doesn't work out for Goichi, but that's a little bit further down the line. But right now, Ruse, I think it's a fantastic choice. He understands how JP rocks. The mirror match of all things was not something I expected at all, though.
I kind of understand the idea behind it. Being able to flex that JP knowledge, being able to play to your heart's content. Hopefully, Ruse gets to let loose a little bit more. Understandably so, like both of these teams, unfortunately, are not going to be making it despite their best efforts, right? Even if CAG Osaka manages to score a 40 bomber, I don't think it's necessarily going to be a big deal, right? They'll be at, what, 200 points? They'll just break the 200-point barrier. However, you have Hiroshima Team Ikuza and Verel pretty much right above them, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see like how both of these teams are kind of taking it right now, like, and if it kind of affects their gameplay or not.
Like, there's less pressure, but there's still a little bit of like, you want to get that W because you know you have a lot of fans out here. We've seen the caravans, we've seen the adoration when they pull up their streams, win or lose. There's a ton of people rushing into like Ryuse's stream, Fenrich's stream, things like that. So you still want to get that W, but as you mentioned, it's like you also want to test things out or maybe try things out or get some more experience out here too as well. So it's like a mix of everything. Fenrich says, I spent a lot of time with Ruse. I was really hoping to play him this season. I'm finally able to play. I want to finish this season winning. So we'd like to finish on a W with the win. And again, it's going to be the mirror match. And I'm curious to see the different styles that we're going to see. Fenrich be a little bit more active than Ruse. We've seen how Fenrich is on Blanca. I haven't really got to watch him on JP and how he's been able to operate in like the new patch and the new meta with this character overall. But I would assume back to the zoning play, you know, understands how important that is. Ruse says the last time I played against him, it was a different game, and that was 7 years ago. Wow, almost a decade. Finally able to fight him. Huh.
I'm trying to think about what game or what matchup that was. But yeah, they're both pretty well versed in like a plethora of different anime fighters as well. Ryuse has been around the block for a very long time, hence why he has the name Ryuse Carl. Carl is the character that he had used for so long and what he was known for. So I'm loving that they get to reunite under these circumstances. It's sad that it's not, you know, to qualify in the playoffs, but, you know, still satisfying nonetheless to see these two play each other and with the JP mirror nonetheless. I know people aren't necessarily fans of the mirror match and not really kind of in tune with seeing as much JP as often as we're used to seeing, or we used to see him back in like Street Fighter 6 Season 1. But I still think it's going to be very interesting either way to see how they adapt towards each other. Here we go. The game has started. Fenrich with an immediate jump in, catching the dome of Ryuse.
You'll see a lot of Pierce gameplay from both sides, especially after a knockdown. The mirror match, once you get in with the Pierce, you get aggressive. This big lead that Fenrich has. Woody fireball, dash up, back medium punch, in between the string, hits the light. Get some distance again. Departure. Full screen, harassing that drive gauge. OD for the trade.
That's wild. I didn't see the rest of the translation from Ryukichi. He was like, "Love you, good luck, have fun." Oh, that's not production. If that was production saying that as a private note to both of us, then hey, we love you guys too. The anti-air is still intact.
Too.
In there. Oh! I totally banked on the departure spike hitting Fenrich as a punish counter, but I think Ryuse thought the same thing, hence why he was kind of reluctant to even press a button. So that was a little bit unfortunate. The first round going to Fenrich off of the explosive SA1.
Get the OD off right in front of his face. Look at the Pierce. Departure again. This time blocks it out. Like that. The advancement now from Ruse. Not just sticking in one place, trying to go for the zoning game. Let's get the back on the tap parry. Departure out. Blocks out the Pierce, and look at the movement we see. Lands the overhead. Blessings from above. Stand Fierce level 2. You know what to do. Take away that drive gauge as much as possible. Double spin.
Well worth it. You get to send him flying near full screen. You get to build back some of your drive gauge as well because of the offensive onslaught of level 2. But now Fenrich, what do you do about it?
Block. It's possible.
No, you can't sneak it in there. You thought you had enough time. Fenrich got the bailout just in time. My man was about to go bankrupt. He's like, nah, we're back in business now, fam.
11:59 on the dot PM. Got the deposit. Bar back in business. Fenrich with the drive impact right back. Takes the first game. And the defense was pretty good against the Verel scenario. You know, Ruse waiting for that last moment, unfortunately bit him in the butt. It definitely makes sense. You know, level 1 at the bottom could have possibly popped off against that.
Oh, that is a great exchange, I feel like, for the set of Ruse, right? You got to clip out the animation, the startup animation, so the OD doesn't actually come through, whereas Fenrich just loses the meter. Now, this is going to be like a battle of attrition, right? I think Ruse understands that. He does have a lot of green to his name with the drive gauge, but one false swipe and Fenrich is already teleporting in there. Amnesia, what are you going to do about it? Great defense thus far.
Yeah, hold tight. Back to full screen. Fenrich has been a little bit more active in terms of like what he does after like a Pierce knockdown, after a departure, whatever it be. Level 1 expenditure. 2 more interactions, maybe 1, depending if he gets like a punish counter. Oh! Perfect parry back throw up in the corner we go. OD expends the rest of his gauge. Thrown out. Anti-air with the crouch spears. They get a back throw. He goes for the jab instead.
Has to spend a level 2, I guess. I mean, that was the sense of urgency that he believed was the right choice. I just hope it pays off. Oh, it's going to pay off. Yes, indeed. Okay. A very fortunate happenstance there for Ruse, being able to get the chip damage, at least forcing it from Fenrich to make that move. I know it says V up there, but either way, Fenrich was in a checkmate scenario against them.
Here's perfect parry right back at him. I like that. Perfect parry, and Pierce get the knockdown after the partial. Got the teleport throw. Pick up. Crystal slash, dash up, forward heavy kick, departure, fake out. Yeah, take the bar, get the punish counter on the tap parry, reversal buttons on the fake ghost. I ain't no buster. Anti-air crouch fierce. Departure setup after damn near every interaction.
Going into the level 2, you're going to cause the burnout. Yes, indeed. But is the damage going to be enough? Yo, I like it. That was pretty slick, going for that low.
Which allows Fenrich to put himself on set point. See if Ruse can be able to get more of his like perfect parries off against the Pierce scenario, especially when he's knocked down. Then we see the switch up with the OD departure to start things off instead of just going for immediate Pierce with a meaty. Blocks the overhead, down forward heavy punch for the sweep, stand Pierce to the fireball, departure again.
The giant jump in to check the sweep attempt from Fenrich. Level 2 on the way through. Look at the amount of damage that Ryuse is going to be dishing out in the corner carry as well. Yeah, double departure, make him feel it. You're going to teleport your way to put yourself in the corner? That might be a bad idea. And you're in burnout level 1. Is it enough? It sure is. Thank the stars. Ryuse was pretty damn close to losing it all.
With that level 2 scenario caught up in the corner and then just pressure for days and burnout, you're definitely right about that. But that fake ghost right there, be able to get that crouching meter punch right after to catch Fenrich overextending. I mean, Fenrich is so aggressive. I think he's a little bit more aggressive in this matchup, especially off the departure, off the knockdowns and things like that. It's cool to see Ruse play around that. He's like, okay, I know that you want to get in as much as possible, like teleport, drive rush in after some of these moments where I'm knocked down or you set departure, whatever it may be. I'm used to this fake ghost, play around that. Simple ideas lead to success. And we're game to game right now.
As all things should be in the mirror match. Pretty much dead even. Looking at the way that Ryuse has been playing, I can't tell if there's any sort of like slight aggression outside of like throwing out the projectiles and whatnot, but I think Fenrich has a better understanding, in my opinion, of knowing when to throw the spikes down in comparison to when to throw the ghosts down. So we'll see further on if that's going to truly be the case with the way that they're both playing. But a little bit of time taken out real quick just to kind of reassess from both ends. Ryuse, Fenrich looking dead even.
That's how it goes, as you mentioned, with the mirror match. But also, when it comes to mirror match, like there's intricacies that can happen. Obviously, Pierce is a very important thing in the mirror match for JP versus JP. But it's really about that player-to-player aspect. How are they using certain things? How are they getting aggressive? Really playing around their ideas, because your optimal range is their optimal range. That's just how it works. We'll see what happens to the switch up. I do like Fenrich's defense. It's just him overseeing just a smidge more in some of these instances and not having the bar to fight back with at the very end. It's allowing Ruse to win. And now he's like, I'm off this character. Back to Blanka. Let's go green.
Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think the switch up was going to happen? Of course it's going to happen. But is it going to be for the better, though, right? I think like Ryuse would be, I don't know, I think a little bit more confident in this matchup, but I'm not going to necessarily say this is something that JP's going to take for free, right? Absolutely not. But I think Ruse has practiced more for Blankas than anything.
I don't know if it matters. If you practice for Fenrich and Blanka, though, there's the back throw. I mean, you're right. I think that he would have practice for this character. I feel like he'd be prepared, but Fenrich, in the way that he plays, is so hyper-aggressive. You saw him get steamrolled.
Does the perfect parry, back throw, set up a stalagmite, set up a departure right in front of him. The spikes coming in as well. Nah, you can't snap your fingers in front of him. I feel like it's a little trick that Blanka learned. You snap his fingers, and he's gonna do the slide on command.
Like a pet.
Yeah, you're training his dog, right?
How to train up Blanka, and this one's well trained as it takes down Ryuse. The switch up was enough to do it and talk about it again. Blanka and Fenrich are a match made in heaven with that aggression session anywhere up on the screen. And again, like, you might be prepared for another Blanka or Blanka in general, but can you keep up with Fenrich? I don't think so.
He's gonna let this dog go up on your couch, just ruin all the furniture. Like, that's actually kind of rough. Like, seeing it happen the way that it did. But, you know, I'm not too surprised. I definitely ate my words on that. I would have thought Ryuse would have been well more versed in practice against Blanka, because that was a matchup a lot of JP players really had to focus on for such a long time, right? So, really unfortunate that it played out that way, but that's just how it goes.
Look at the trades. Again, sharing the brain cell, the JP brain cell. But again, the switch up was enough. I think you're right. But again, when you're fighting someone like Fenrich, who has adapted well to Season 2 Blanka, who has been so aggressive and like putting the fastest foot forward, pedal to the metal with that character, doing TK, OD, Blanka ball to catch some of these buttons as well, it just makes sense to see at the very end the win from Fenrich. And that's 10 points for CAG Osaka. I like the pick from Yusei. I think this was like the proper person to put up. But again, Fenrich just too prepped and prepared. Second position, though, we have Eita. And I want to see Ryukichi. And the reason why is, even though the matchup ain't that good on paper all the time, at least what Ken players tell me, even though we've seen something different over at Street Fighter League EU. Sorry, Angry Bird. Maybe it's a little more on the even side of things. That all being said, if Eita makes a mistake, Ryukichi's going to make him pay for it. We see this man put people through the combo, like, videos, and it's going to be Ryukichi. If he hits you, it's going to hurt. It's in the name. It's over. We've seen this man dump out a ton of damage off of damn near any interaction, so you can't make any mistakes.
I kind of wonder who would end up being at the end. Does that mean TS is going to be the anchor? Because I feel like Kazunoko hasn't really been trying to, like, really vie for the dominant anchor spot with the way that he's been streaming lately. So I'm not too sure, but focusing on what's on our current agenda, Eita versus Ryukichi, there is a lot to really consider in regards to, like, the burst damage. I think both have pretty significant damage, right? I think it's hard to tell. Mid-screen, I think Ken could do a better job of getting some of like the damage outbursts just like by a little bit of a margin, but also the corner carry on top of that. I think Akuma in the corner is much deadlier than Ken though, with the way that things have been developed. Just watching how things have played out in Street Fighter League EU and watching some of the weekly events, I feel like Akuma is much more of an aggressive like corner beast than Ken. Like sure, Ken has throw loops. That's one of the big things that people talk about. Akuma has one of those as well. He has a much better setup for things with like frame kill that go into like meaty setups that leave them advantageous. I don't think Ken's Jinrai kicks would be as much of a problem considering Akuma does have an ODDP to kind of burst through any of the ones that are fake, right? And that ODDP is going to be a fast one, right? It's going to be 6 frames, right? You need at least 7 to bust through regardless for a punish counter. So I think that really stands true that Akuma will be more of the corner beast in comparison to Ken.
I agree. You know, and Akuma's access tools are so good. We talk about this every single time we see Akuma. Forward fierce, stand fierce, fast fireballs to lock you down. You got the demon ray to switch it up too as well. And that stand medium punch, hella plus. So there's many ways for him to keep that pressure on. And getting there actually isn't that difficult. You see a lot of people just going for heavy kick Tatsu as an ender. Yeah, you don't get Oki off of that, but you do get the distance that you're looking for. That all being said, we talk about burst damage in the mid-screen. I agree. I've seen videos, especially from my boy Chico, we got jumped in on from Ken and got cooked up for 50%. Watch Ryan Hart post up a Ken clip, and it's 50% on most characters too as well. There are definitely moments where Ken can access that damage, and Ryukichi will definitely have those in the back. So again, Aetha cannot make mistakes on paper in the mid-screen. Akuma's got the tools to fight, and especially up in the neutral. Fast fireballs that could definitely outpace Ken's. He's got the OD fireball, and the switch up in terms of like the aerial approach also can be a little bit difficult. And if Ken tries to swing on like a heavy kick, that's an easy stand light kick, a forward fierce, stand fierce. You don't have to overextend too much if you're Akuma, but you can't again make mistakes. Now to the interview, Aetha says it's not right. I thought it was Sako. I wanted to do Akuma versus Akuma, but I played Ken before, and I'll show you why I quit playing Ken. What?
You know, that's understandable. I thought I thought Tokido would have actually followed suit in Japan, like eventually drop Ken for Akuma. But I think it was I forgot where exactly he was talking about it in terms of like the volatility of Akuma and why he prefers Ken. He was talking about it on like, I think it was like one of the Topanga streams. I think it was translated recently. I just don't recall where exactly it is. But a lot of players, bless you, Ryukichi, who's sneezing. A lot of the players feel like Ken is just a slightly more resilient Shoto. Oh. So going into it again, we talked about that corner carry that Ken does possess, being able to do so off of majority of the confirms that he does happen to land. Oh, no faith in the punish counter, huh? He saw the standing medium kick.
Commit. Put a ring on it. That's a little with the jab, so lays a little bit, gets a follow-up. Nice, gets a medium counter. Allowing the crouch medium punch to hit. Jinrai should be able to hit the level 1. Yes, sir. Pop him high enough to fly. The thing about Ken is like in matchups, where even if he loses or has like a slight disadvantage, he can still get his win condition off. He's one of those rare characters that off of damn near any touch will take you to the corner.
I love that too. Getting the option select ODDP against Ryukichi, not letting him started, but both players pretty much in the orange, right? They're in the fall season of drive gauge thus far, but a little bit of green, we'd have a 3-bar threshold. That could have been so severe if Ryukichi committed to the OD Tatsu, but I totally understand it. He wasn't really in a comfortable range to necessarily let the drive gauge rock, but now we get to let all of the Jinrais rock. We talked about this burnout scenario being so problematic for a lot of players, not being able to handle some of the Jinrai pressure, but that's only a real burnout exclusive type of beat. So, damn, that was mad optimal.
All from the stand light kick. That's something that Otani's been doing, using stand light kick a lot in this matchup, especially when he has him up in the corner. Like, we see that a lot against like Cammy. Now we're seeing it against Akuma to combat some of these other buttons that he'd like to utilize. Maybe interrupt a forward fierce or stand fierce before that comes out, deal with the crouching medium punch or crouching medium kick. And also, the reason why that burnout even got close to happening, or at least got to the point of happening, was he spaced out that Jinrai at the perfect distance where they tried to strike back and then got him trying to block again. So he conditioned him to get to a point where he's blocking, and then it took away the drive gauge right after using the Jinrai. So the Jinrai, obviously, if you space it out, you have the ability to be able to put them in burnout a little more often than not, especially if they're not going to use the ODDP, as you mentioned. And that led to the burnout scenario for the drive impact right after that. Very good stuff for Ryukichi. I mean, Ken, we talk about this. He's like a data gathering character. And that's, I think, the reason why Tokido keeps the character, because he likes that player-to-player aspect. He likes like gaining data on you and then using it against you. We saw it at the CPT Japan. You do drive rush jab and then drive rush stand fierce. Right after, he's like, okay, you're not reacting to this. I'm going to do this now. And like, there are many ways for Ken to gather data and see what you're going to do at certain distances. And Jinrai is definitely one of those. So that happened. Burnout happened. And then, of course, that stand light kick and the punish counter happened right after, as you mentioned, very optimal. Ryukichi says it's over again when he hits you. And we see it happen right here. Eita might have to pick up the character again, bro. You might have to go back. The character select screen after this is over.
I'm more inclined to believe that the strategy that Ryukichi had used to already get Eita into the corner so quickly is something that Tokido is also in line with, right? I think his offensive pressure in the corner is something that he's very sharp and skilled at, being able to force errors upon opponents and keep them guessing all the time. If you ever look at a sequence from Tokido in the corner, it's like, man, he's got so much going on for him in regards to what options he gets to choose. And that only really happens once Ken gets that momentum and puts you in the corner. And look at that. Look, Ryukichi already getting the enhanced Tatsu, being able to knock on the door and possibly get a throw, right? That exact range makes it so dangerous, and even more so now. Eita taking a huge risk out of doing that ODDP. And it paid off.
On the other side with the jabs. Gonna leave that heavy demon raid. Driver stand fierce, plus frame, taking his turn as much as possible. Caught the dash up, but late on the draw with that button, about to fall. Side switch, Dragon Lash, Shufu Jinrai, build up the bar at the right time. Shufu Jinrai is going to be able to send this man to a set point scenario. Ryukichi, ever optimal.
I understand why Eita is upset. He's like, you know what? I was preparing for the Akuma mirror match. I got to fight against this beast instead. It's rough. Oh, a little bit too far out, actually. That pushback was a little bit off the mark for Ryukichi. Not being able to extend.
Reversal. It's been burnout. However, he has a lot of room to work with right now. Gets the fat jump and run DP. Nice and close after this. Not good with that same fierce. Open up.
Level 2 have to do it. Nice work. What a call out there from Eita.
So bar,
the classic fireball trap. You can't get around it from that far away. As soon as he has green, even Eita shook his head. He's like, why did I even do that? The fireball from near full screen while he has drive rush, you are not allowed to jump forward. That is a classic.
On top of that, you know, even before we saw the OD Fireball, maybe trying to like TK OD Fireball, catch him trying to go for a throw tech when he tries to walk back, or maybe like walk back heavy kick, I should say. It just wasn't in the proper range, and you see a lot of easy punishes and great timings off the lights, whether it be stand jab or crouching jabs. You see right here, interrupting that dash delay button. And then after, we saw him try to go for like the heavy kick demon raid, and then we saw Ryukichi respond with the jabs on the landing frames. And as you said, drive rush DP, 10 to 10. Belc FAV Gaming could get the win. It all comes down to this. There's not going to be a tiebreaker. It all goes down to the anchor. Now, I agree. I think TS is the person you have to send up. We haven't seen Sako get warmed up out here in the league in a while. I think he's been solely taking that coaching position. And I think you send up somebody who's been really practicing and prepping and had more time out in the league, in the fields, put TS up.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think having TS be up here instead of Sakonoko, despite like the amount of years that Sakonoko has been mashing buttons, like I understand he's the execution god. I do like the way that TS is kind of like graduated in Street Fighter League, and yeah, obviously he's gonna be coming up, right? I love the way that he's kind of like evolved from where he was at initially, playing a little bit timid, to being the explosive player that we've known him for now. Although, albeit it's a little bit late into the season, but I still enjoyed the way that he's been developing his characters. I know he had a Ken as well, but Akuma has been the prime choice. However, talking about further developing newer characters, Goichi picking up the Kami as of late has been such an inspiration to watch. This man, on top of having some of the best defensive decision-making on the planet, him playing in a very aggressive way with Kami is so satisfying to see. Like, it really makes me think that he's now like the complete package. And again, it sucks that it's happened towards the end of the season.
Yeah, see some of these players pick up their characters at the very end or get comfortable. You know, being a late bloomer kind of sucks considering how difficult Street Fighter League is in terms of like the pedigree, in terms of like the players that are out here and how you need as many points as possible. As we've seen how close things are in contention for some of these other teams, it's like that throughout the entirety of the season. So it does kind of suck to see these players at the very end be like, okay, I have to do this, or this is my strategy now. However, we're still going to get a good match. You know, TS, as you mentioned, has been streaming quite a bit, has been practicing, prepping. And also Goichi on a new character that hasn't been picture perfect in terms of combos, but decision making has been great. The innate gameplay as a long-time player has been fantastic, and he has adapted this character with the quickness. I mean, it's only been, I feel like we've only seen him with the league with this character only once. Obviously, he's played outside the league with the character, but for him to bring it out the league and do some damage with him, especially against Karu last time, was insane. Like, so I'm excited to see the group outside. I know it's kind of late to the draw, but I can't wait to see what happens to them afterwards for both these players. Well, the interview, Goichi says, we don't have any extra games. It's our last game for the season. It's going to give it our all. And TS says, it's our last game for the season. Ryukichi won the second game. We'll see what happens here. TS with the Akuma. Could go for the Ken if things get down with it, but I think the Akuma is just a fine pick overall against the Kami. And if Goichi does have to switch to something more comfortable, like the Chun-Li, even if the matchup is like way worse for him, he's more comfortable with that character. He had rocked with that character season upon season, so if it comes down to it, if he has to switch, he can definitely do so. TS also says, we'll win here and finish the season with a W.
And that's the only attitude you could really have, right? Being able to do your best on both ends, just trying to get that W. But Kami versus Akuma, let's talk about it. What is your idea, or what is your, I guess, opinion in regards to this matchup? Now, personally, I think Kami does just fine in this matchup.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that, but I do think that the Akuma players are starting to operate better on the ground, like the neutral. Remember when Bonchan was playing against some of the Kami players? He was developing that stand light kick as like a buffer to stop some of her dash ups or drive rushes and some of her buttons that she tried to initiate with. I think that's going to be like the choice option right here for TS, where the DP is ready against a dive kick, cannot come through the skies. She does the dive kick too. She knows what that is. She knows what it's about, I should say. But yeah, back to the matchup. I think the fireball pressure, also being able to switch it up, definitely help out against like the spin knuckles. You have to be a little bit better and more careful of that anti-fireball option.
I just think it's rather difficult to spin knuckle against a character that can charge their fireball, right, and get past like the invincibility frames of it. So that could be a little bit problematic. However, one of the bigger highlights that we like talking about is that OD instant dive kick upon wake up to escape the threat of the throw. Now, Goichi, despite being in burnout, I think it paid off pretty well, right? Now he has so much at stake behind him. He gets to dictate the pace. He's going to regain all of that, drive gauge back just in time. And yeah, what a call out too against the drive rush, as you should. It's been excellent thus far for Goichi.
Fantastic right now. Dive kick. It's a back throw, and there we go. See a lot of players want to go into burnout, as long as they can keep the lead, and at that distance, you're just going to tank the fireballs, get your bar back with the quickness, and then get back with another gauge. So almost like having two gauges in a round, once they don't rush you down.
We've really seen Roundhouse used as a tool from Kami to kind of outspace their opponent. It's been a really, really great tool, but we've also seen Akuma's kind of abuse their walk speed, being able to hover around that range and punish with a standing light kick. But right now, TS, he's doing a great job of controlling the ground and forcing Goichi into this corner positioning already, knocking on the door, but no big confirms from the side of Goichi. He still is stuck by this corner.
So much variance. Fireball, forward fierce, forward medium kick. He gets a forward fierce, no DP right after. Perfect parry, back throw. Positional advantage here for Goichi. Stand light kick again, that buffer. Going to have a button right after too as well. Up and down with the toes. Oh, too far for the adamant fist.
That's kind of tough. What do, man? You just walk up to Goichi, introduce him to the level 3 sitting down below on the bottom right. Or will Goichi be like, you know, I've been familiar with that. I'm not going to be susceptible to that. Oh, the tap parry gets blown up sky high. That is mad unfortunate. TS letting go at the wrong moment. The axe kick just slicing down on the neck of Akuma.
It does seem like TS is kind of overextending a little bit more than I'm used to seeing him do. Using Adamant Fist raw on the neutral, maybe to catch like a button, possibly like a crouching medium punch, or maybe a crouching medium kick at some of these ranges. But even then, that's kind of risky. Like, you're looking for like a punish counter on like a raw Adamant Fist, but that's such a risky option when you have better options from Akuma. I feel like that stand light kick, you get a buffer after that. Like, he hit it a couple times, but wasn't able to like commit to a drive rush right after. Like we see from like Bonchan and other Akuma players, maybe not having the confidence to do so. Maybe that's kind of the issue, but some weird decision-making things from TS. We'll see if it comes together, fruition. But Goichi, as you mentioned previously, before we even started, that defense is ridiculous. Just locked down in the proper range, so if you dash up, you will get crouching medium kick. And I think that also, maybe it forces errors from TS that he doesn't normally do. He's like, well, how do I get in? He's like, I'm hitting you, but I'm not hitting you enough, and I'm not able to get these conversions off. And then when we're like full screen and mid-screen, I feel like if I overextend, I'm going to get destroyed and duffed.
Yeah, I don't really know what the method of madness is behind that attempt, like maybe trying to bait out a button, but more often than not, I don't think it's going to be working as well against someone like Goichi. I think he's been one to kind of like either try to parry it or kind of just like block it, because realistically, let's think about this. What happens if you were to block any of the Adamant Fists, like whether it's a light one or like from further on, right? You're not necessarily going to be fearing too much with it. It's like, okay, if he misspaces this, or if I walk up into it, like just kind of like walk and block, I'm going to get the punish regardless, right? Light punch, flaming fist is not going to be the best choice. Obviously, it's -8. But medium punch still, also, you're still within range of getting standing jab from a Kami, right? That is 4 frames. However, the heavy one, I could kind of understand, but it's a little bit like slightly more telegraphed. So I don't really recall seeing TS kind of do something like that. So the grand scheme of it, or at least the point that I'm trying to make is, I don't think there's a lot for TS to kind of bank on using something like Adamant Fist to set Goichi up for the long run. I don't really think that's something that he's going to be falling for, because he's seen that type of play before, and Kami could just as easily throw out a random jump into a dive kick from certain ranges, OD dive kick if need be, and really blow up that strategy.
Yeah, it has been working. You know, the previous game did not really work out. And like, you want to set up for a space trap, you have 4 Fierce and stand Fierce. Why not use those buttons? I mean, we saw 4 Fierce up in the corner, set up for like a stand light kick right after. Like, if you want to use that for a space trap, at least go for that option, set up something a little bit more telegraphed, as you mentioned. We'll see if TS can switch it up. There we go, gets the buffer right after. The drive rush is perfectly done. TS, and a lot more happens in the low hits, and the spiral arrow off the Oki happens in the Oki right after the crouch Fierce. Punish counter, combo, spiral arrow again. You've seen this situation before.
That was ambiguous as hell.
Actually side switch. I thought it was from the back door.
I saw Goichi back roll, but I still was in disbelief. I'm like, man, that looks too close. That might be a side switch, but definitely wasn't. TS. I feel like this is the time to go, right? If you see Goichi with this much drive gauge left, you have to find a way to sneak in, at least within close quarters, and chip away at the drive gauge. Because then destruction happens. Goichi taking it down, another round to his name, because he had those resources left going into the drive gauge cancel, or the drive rush cancel.
See, again, like, I don't know if he thinks he's going to catch like a dash up jab or something like that, or a drive rush. It's not hitting. Nice fade away and play the stand Fierce, sledgehammer busting through with that beautiful shimmy, puts him up in the corner. Just way more reward on the buttons of Goichi. Forward meter kick is not doing much. Fastball to play off the throw, and that's going to be more than enough. No bar at the bottom necessary. The N1 breaking the ankles and get it done. Goichi.
That was kind of messed up. We don't really get to see those type of mixes too often. The Capri fastfall into the backdash to bait the throw. I didn't even know he had that much in him. That much frame data in him to at least be advantageous that way. That was crazy. Like, what is Kami's backdash actually in terms of like the frame data? That's gotta be, dude, that was 23 frames. He had 23 full frames to punish the hell out of you afterwards. That is crazy.
Yeah, Goichi really running this Kami out here. And it's really taken TS off guard. And again, we saw the Adamant Fists were on the neutral. Again, don't know why. And the exchanges that do happen, the reward isn't as big for TS. He did get the stand like kick drive rush buffer right after. We got some damage off of that, but in terms of like the exchanges, the exchange rate definitely higher in favor of Goichi. Either lands Oki, either lands damage right after, or both. And the one time that TS tried to initiate was a little bit too late, as you mentioned. He kind of hung back a little bit, and that allowed Goichi to reassess in the proper area to delete that drive rush up from TS and be able to get the follow-up right after and finish the job on that round. It's weird because I feel like TS is one of those cats that he could be so strong if he hits you when he's comfortable, but when he's not comfortable, you can definitely see it. Like there's two TSs. There's the one that is like comfortable, sitting pretty, landing all of his combos, conversions, doing the optimal stuff with Akuma, and it's just an absolute threat. And then there's the other TS that's very timid, that is very like pensive and not landing what he needs and backing off too much and dog walking himself up in the corner. And Goichi is taking full advantage of that. And some of that is Goichi playing great on defense. TK wake up, dive kick definitely works out for him. Perfect pairs in the fireball, so he stands on 10 toes, stands on business, and doesn't get backed up in the corner. And his buffers are great too as well, but you can't let him run all over you on offense.
It's really difficult when you can't seem to find a way to open up someone like Goichi, right? I think that's been the biggest problem for TS. Like, he's been put in these awkward situations where he just cannot find a way to break the way that Goichi's been playing thus far, right? He's taking a lot of micro steps back away from throws. He knows exactly how long to block and wait for certain strings to pass him on by. He's not worried about that, right? He's not pressed about any of the offense so far that TS has presented. And I think that's what's really making TS so reluctant. But we'll see. Maybe it took him 2 games to figure out what the offensive pressure needs to be like. Jumps out of the corner, pretty much scot-free.
Trying to find something right after. ATS, more initiation, stand light kick. Should win the situation, yes sir. Still had more off that stand fierce. Way better, way more active. TS getting hit with a dive kick. The DP right after it. Good awareness here from Goichi to get that follow-up. Plus frame, holds a throw. Should definitely take that. Doesn't parry again. Standing his ground. TS trying to walk him down. Baits out the OD DP for free. We start with the crouch fears. Yeah, DP enter because they're caught up in the corner. Another throw tech.
Brother, that lift upper into the walk up into the back roundhouse again from Goichi was kind of sick. Mid screen still gets that. That's actually kind of insane. I love the execution too. The execution type Goichi, my favorite. There it is, the one counter poke that he's been looking for forever. The crouch medium punch rings true. Now TS, what do you do with his life?
Get aggressive, get active, dash up. Let's go for the throw. He techs though. Oh, throw up the super that close. He can't do it. Man, like Goichi's gonna have the reactions. Defense extraordinaire. Oh, and on Akuma, even on health. It's the turn, stand like kick right after. Another drive gauge is TS.
Damn, that was sick. Oh, get him off of me. Yeah, weaving through the fireball. Goichi definitely spotted that out. Throw is gonna be more than enough. 3-0 from the side of Goichi. And TS, again, just not able to fathom what to do against the neutral threat that Goichi had presented the entire time.
Even like the perfect parry scenarios, like he perfect parry a fireball, and if TS would dash up or drive rush up, there's a button right after. Or he perfect parry and then wait for the next fireball, TK dive kick right after it. Again, the approach just, when you see all these tools, all these defensive things utilized and you can't get in, it makes it more difficult for you to be more solid in the neutral. And that's what happened continuously. As you mentioned before, not holding parry in that scenario, TS way too shaky, and Goichi taking full advantage. That fast fall and a backdash stand fierce to catch the throw. Fantastically done playing around the idea of what TS wanted to do on defense. Offense, when he did get some hits, I mean, they did hurt sometimes, but look at that. Close range with the dive kick. And then even before all of that, did the close range super against a fireball. That will be CAG Osaka leaving with 30 in their pocket. The last match they get out here at the playoffs. Will not be moving on to the playoffs, I'm sorry. But at least they walk home with 30 more points in their pocket, 10 on the side of Belc FAV Gaming. Both these teams will be not going to the playoffs. We got a little bit of an exhibition, but at least CAG gets one more win before they leave and exit out of Street Fighter League. Now, That all being said, I got to give credit out to TS and some of these other players. They have maybe not had the results that they wanted to, but seeing them improve throughout the entire season, maybe not keeping it consistent, has been fun to watch. But CAG Osaka, the kids on the block, has definitely proven that they deserve to be out here as continuous team members and players. I hope to see them come back.
We are getting the winner's interview going in right now, and CAG Osaka currently at 190 points. So what that means is they overtake Verel by 5, right? However, Hiroshima Team Iguza is at 190. There is no chance right now, I feel like, for CAG Osaka, because of the fact that if Verel wins, even if they win 10 points, they'll be overtaking Osaka. If Hiroshima Team Iguza doesn't score any points, hey, Verel is still going to be in the lead. So there is no chance right now for CAG Osaka. I wanted to clear that up, just in case, as we move forward. I feel like even with a 40 bomber, CAG Osaka would not be able to make it through, right? This was more, as we had prefaced it with, more so of an exhibition of strength and progression between the two teams from CAG Osaka and Belc FAV Gaming. But it's only going to get crazier from here on out, right? We are going to get the winner's interview going in. Urio, his tidbit going into it, each game was so emotional to think that the season is going to be over. I couldn't win as much as I expected, but teammates were all very friendly and very different. Really had fun with this team. I gotta say, like, Urio might be like my personal MVP for CAG Osaka. Like, taking up the mantle of a Jamie player is no easy mantle to take on, man. And the way that he did it was really damn sick. I almost used an expletive on that because I'm a big fan of how he been performing. So I would love to see more Urio down the line. I would love to see more Jamie play. That would be amazing to see.
100%, I'm with you. You know, I definitely think he was like the standout person. We saw him beat the likes of Bonchin and other matchups where people thought might not be that good for Jamie. Did fantastic in. And, you know, just the way that he pilots that character and maneuvers Jamie is just a sight. And also, always good to see Jamie. It's good to see people stick to characters that are ones that fit them and not just go with what the meta dictates. So, we're getting an interview also from Fenrich. He said he really enjoyed playing against Ruse. It was a really good time. I bet you had a good time playing Blanca and switching it up and turning it up to about 10 right there with that character. So I wasn't able to win these last few episodes. And I thought I was going to lose this episode too. It's really great that I was able to end on a win. Fenrich, very aggressive on the Blanca. Showcase that character is still very strong. I mean, we've always known the character is very strong, but it's cool to see it put into practice, especially in some of these matches against like high-level other players. And you know, that character's still a threat, and Fenrich proving that, you know, with a different sort of style, you can still make the magic happen.
I love seeing the improvements to the evolution of Eita. We've known him for being a Ken player for so long. Also watching him for years upon years, man. Like, I feel like that dude has never really aged since Third Strike. It's kind of crazy. I love seeing him play. I love being able to meet him over at that one Evo where he had to face up against Li Joe. That was a little bit tragic, but I love seeing him transfer over to Akuma, and I'm looking forward to seeing like more of that progression. Looking at his interview as well. Today, I only trained for one character, but it ended up in failure. I think I'm really strong right now, and I agree with that, but I couldn't quite win the close games. Really sorry for that. And he did his little, like, his mini Oscar performance where he put his head down and he was trying to cry, but obviously he wants to do better for the next season.
Hopefully we get to see him. You know, I would like to see him a little bit more come out. I know there was a stretch where he wasn't playing. His first iteration was great. He did well against, I think it was White Team Mochi. One of the sim players, showcasing what Akuma could do. And I like that he has that wild side to him still, but is able to rear it back when need be. So I like his improvements, his adjustments over Street Fighter 6. And I hope that, honestly, he keeps both characters in his pocket. I hope he goes back to Ken for a little bit too as well. He could dual main both characters, Ken and Akuma. I think that'd be fine. Goichi, we're getting his interview too as well. I try to do better than last season, and I really train for it. And we see it with him not only taking Chun-Li to the absolute limit, but also implementing a Kami at this level with the defense that he has behind that character and implementing her defensive tactics, things like that, and understanding waiting for perfect parries. all the innate stuff you would typically see from Goichi and mixing that in well together and actually get this character up to a high level, which takes a lot of work. You know, getting even a simple character, quote unquote, like Cammy up to a high level to fight these high level players takes a lot of grind, and Goichi proving that he has that in him. He says, but the other team, or he said, but the team wasn't able to win enough, so we'll fix that for next season. They're getting better and better. Every time we see them, I feel like they're improving, getting better and better. I can't wait to see what they do next season. New Kids on the Block no longer definitely deserve to have a spot out here at Street Fighter League. He says, lastly, really respect and thank all the fans for rooting for the team.
I love that ender. Goichi didn't do too poorly at all, right? I think overall in the current standings of Division F, he was still within like the top 5 in terms of the number of wins that he accumulated. He added 1 more to his belt, 6 out of 9. So I think overall he did pretty darn well for his team. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was the best performer out of his team, which is expected of the captain, right? Followed behind him was pretty much Fenrich. Fenrich was within the top 10. He was tied for 9th amongst like Dogura, Hibiki. So having those 2 types of performers on your team is a very, very promising thing to see stat-wise. So I'm really looking forward to their growth overall. And Osaka, CAG Osaka, an amazing organization for sure. I would love to like be able to meet them out there as well. But a lot of promise, I feel like, for this team with their current composition and their current character choices overall.
Getting interviews from Belc FAV Gaming, a team that just wasn't able to step up to the challenge, but again, considering how strong all the players are out here in Street Fighter League, and also the strategies that you have to implement, the choices for player to player, character to character, they just weren't able to grasp fast enough. And some of the players just not able to kind of have those good days more often, you know, especially like Ruse, TS, but they had good moments. Even in matches where they've lost, they still had good moments where you can see that burst of like what you expect from them, you know, every so often. They didn't always go out with a loss. They've had some victories underneath their belts, or at least be able to tie it out with some top level teams. We are getting the interview first off for TS. He says, I'm a newbie at Street Fighter League, and I was very nervous at first, but thanks to the team, I was able to focus on training for a win. Really thank the team. TS was like the first person to really take a win for his team and showcase, hey, we can do this. Like, this is a possibility for us. It gave them a little bit more energy. I think had he not got that win and in the 8th position, I think this would have been way worse for them. I think they would have left with even less points in their pocket. I think TS is definitely the glue that holds them together, despite being a newbie.
Coming up next, obviously, we have Ruse on the screen. Man, I was very much so excited to seeing the overall growth of Ruse. I feel like he was in a bit of a character crisis, too, with how the changes went towards JP. Season 1, it felt like he had a lot of promise, but it's one of those things where it's like you have to take it with a grain of salt. Like, whoever's been dominating, it's really tough to tell if they're going to find the consistency because of the fact that it's a new game. Everybody has to get used to the mechanics. Everybody has to get used to the matchups, and everything is still being further developed. So I'm kind of sad to see that the progression wasn't at the standard of like where we're used to seeing Ruse from like previous seasons of Street Fighter League, not necessarily in Street Fighter 6, but in Street Fighter 5, he found like a miracle program to lead him to success, because he was like the wonder child, I feel like, of Urien, and the way that he's been playing and taking out some of the big heavy hitters towards the end of like the last couple of seasons of Street Fighter 5. So I think despite the results today, or this season, I think Ruse still has a lot of room to grow, and it's kind of important too to take in stride all of the losses that you've accumulated, because it's just going to be necessary data. Like, without those losses, you will not find those success, right? So really excited to see how Ruse progresses even further. But a couple of the tidbits coming in from his side of the interview, looking at little by little, but Ruse again going back and forth between like the JP and other characters. If I'm not mistaken, he was flexing other characters a little bit earlier on. I'm going to double check. Yeah, he also had a Bison. I would love to see him kind of pursue Bison even further on. I'm not going to lie to you. I think his big W's came from Bison as well. But his interview, I couldn't do well this season, and I really want to apologize to all the fans and the team. But if I was able to be in the league next season, I'll do my best to get a win for our team.
I want him to have a Bison. I want him to have that character up to par to his JP, but I also want him to go with like what his heart says. You know, I remember last season where, or at least in Street Fighter 5, where he ran the arena, as you mentioned, that was a matter of him sticking with that character. That was a matter of him being like, I love this character. I want to play this character. Like, no matter what, I'm going to make him work. But as you mentioned, it's hard to not follow the meta. And then, you know, you see your character not being able to anti or things like that. It maybe would have worked better if he kind of kept with it. And then, you know, but how can you even predict the changes? It's difficult. But I would like to see him on both characters. I think a Bison JP combo would be great, especially now that JP can anti-air. Maybe can't deal with like things like Cammy and some other matchups here and there, but he'll find a way. So Ruse, again, as you mentioned, you know, he'll do his best for the next season and get more wins for his team. Now Sako coming up says, I saw TS and Ryukichi winning in training. I'm so sorry I couldn't let them win. This loss is my responsibility. He took the coaching seat, and as most of the coaches or I guess the leaders of the teams are going to be, he is taking the loss heavy on him. You know, he's like, I led this team. The loss is on me. Every loss is on me. Even though it is a team sort of thing, it is almost your responsibility to be like, okay, y'all, we have to be better, we have to train better. But Sako says it was really fun teaching them because they were able to do what I asked in really fast speed. And honestly, I want to see Sako off the bench. I want to see him play. I know he took that coaching responsibility. I want to see him on the sticks again. His Akuma wasn't bad, and we saw him a couple of times. I want to see him take more of an advancing role and really get down and dirty and get his hands dirty against the opponents. I want to see Sako play a lot more. I think had Sako played a little bit more and been a little bit more attentive to playing, it might have helped. I don't think it would have swayed things drastically and they would have got to the top spot, but I'd like to see him just implement a little bit more himself in those matches more consistently.
Yeah, I just love the way that Sakonoko plays whatever character he decides to play with, because he has a very unique approach to the game. He's seen so many different variations of like Street Fighter, fighting games in general, and has seen, I think, some of the more interesting approaches on how characters have been developed thus far. So I've talked about this in an interview before. I like the way that a handful of players figure out certain characters once they're released. One of those players happens to be Sakonoko. He knows how to figure out the grindy stuff, some really unique setups, also for frame kills, etc. He's a very thorough fact checker, I feel like, for certain characters. So I would love to see him progress a little bit more and also take the helm of maybe into the anchor spot. But I'd imagine he's a real busy cat, so he has a lot of faith in his teammates, hence why he's taking up so much responsibility. Really excited to see their future growth with Belc FAV Gaming. Coming into from where they were at last time, right? Being such dominant figures in Street Fighter League, to not making it into the playoffs, I think we've seen that happen with other big-time teams, so that's just how it goes. But talking about what's been going on in the realm of our sponsorships, right? Street Fighter Duel has been a very pivotal part of the CPT, as well as Samurai Energy. That's actually pretty baller. I gotta say, like, the fact that they actually have the characters on the cans themselves. I wonder if they're actually different flavors. I'm gonna find out once Capcom Cup hits. But I had the luxury of being able to try one out there when I was in the studio, and I gotta say, man, that's pretty good. I definitely felt some type of way. I was like, man, I would like to bring a case back with me to the States, but I ain't got no space in my luggage. In the meantime, again, we've talked about, like, oh, they are different flavors. That's confirmed? That's sick. All right, cool. Well, now I definitely have to try both. However, this is what grinds my gears, man. There's so much cool stuff that comes out for Street Fighter League for the teams, like to support the teams, to support the artists that have thrown in like really dope bits of artwork, especially on the shirts. Like the shirts that you normally see the commentators wear is now in a phone case form, and I'm like, yo, I need that. But also having like the Street Fighter logo with all the teams on there as well, I would love to catch that in Japan and check that out. But again, the official store now open for the Capcom esports side. I gotta figure out where that is, to be honest with you, because I've seen a bunch of the different Capcom stores throughout Tokyo. I've been to the official one in Osaka also. Look at that, man. Like, that's, why wouldn't you want that? Like, that's
just the shirt.
It is the shirt
in the case. Like, hook us up, Capcom.
The fact that it has like all the characters watching Street Fighter 6, like they're watching Ed and Bison fight, and it's like the end of like Ed's Super Art 3. That's pretty damn cool. Or actually, technically, that's critical art, because it's like him like busting up the chin. It's the close-up. I'm glad that it's just like drawn the way that it is, right? Really, really cool to see that. And I gotta find that shirt, actually. It's still hanging in my closet, but I'm really enjoying everything that's come out of the woodwork thus far from the official Capcom esports store with all of the teams thus far. It's been really, really fun to see like these kind of players go into essentially stardom, right? A lot of the fans have been really digging both like Street Fighter 6 itself a lot, and also Street Fighter League, right?
Considering all the things that are going on, it makes sense. $1,000 on the line for the finale. Street Fighter League, the winner of the World Championship will be moving on. $1,000, I'm sorry, $1 million. Excuse me. Way too early for me. $1 million is on the line. Alongside qualification, too, as well. That's a very big point of contention for any of these teams out here for the World Championship. So, with a lot going on, there's a lot to admire, a lot to consider, and a lot that's going to be happening real soon here. Our next match is going to be Crazy Raccoon versus Yogibo Reject to determine some seeding out here. Yogibo Reject already sitting pretty in the top spot, but it's Crazy Raccoon that has to worry about if they're going to be in second or third. In this next match, we'll see who takes it. These top-tier teams out here. People, go grab some stacks, grab some drinks, come right back. There's more Street Fighter League action coming right at you.
再開は約10分後の20時15分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Weekly Street Fighter League. Japan. Crazy Raccoon. Shuto.
さあ大黒もうまく左が出たカウンター OD 混合釈迦から強パン竜巻中からの SS3。
いや、あの状況で弱形をここまで正確に確認されるときついですね。
投げる、どこまで大黒受け入れるか。さあこれは痛いぞ。てか
投げ抜けに対する読みがね
ない
非常に鋭いですね。
勝負の早投げ。それでも体力が大きく
歩
歩いてきた。
ここ歩き投げ。ドライブゲージが減って、
止めている。これでシュートが大黒を正面から跳ね返しました。
You wouldn't believe me if I told you this, but this upcoming matchup is not actually the marquee one. However, with the players stacked for both teams, you would believe otherwise. It's Crazy Raccoon going up against Yogibo Reject. Now, this is more so a matter of Crazy Raccoon retaining their second place position currently over the rest of the teams. However, Yogibo Reject, no matter what the trial may be or what the results may be, they will always be in first place. That's just how the math goes. But with that in mind, Crazy Raccoon, it's a tough hill to climb, in my opinion. Yogibo Reject has been at the top spot for a very good reason. One of those reasons being the Korean golden finger that is Lashar. But it just so happens that they also have a very stacked rest of the team. Crazy Raccoon have been grinding it out. Specifically, I've been looking on a lot of the streams lately to see what they have in store for this particular team. Now, your thoughts on this Senkola as we get ready for match number 2.
I agree. Yogibo Reject has definitely been reigning supreme out here. The top point earner between all the division. Has been one of the most consistent teams, if not the most consistent team out in Street Fighter League Japan 2024. However, last time Yogibo won. This time could be something different. Let's get our first introduction. We'll start off with the craziest of raccoons. The judge, the jury, the executioner, Papa Chan, gonna land every combo conversion with his Akuma to develop that stand-like kick strategy to get him through the neutral. After that is the one loved back by all fighting games. It's Kazunoko with the standing Kami. That man loves to take to the skies continuously, and it makes sense those dive kicks are deadly. Ashura Shuto qualified for the CPT finale with his Akuma. I thought they put a different sort of style with the Demon Flip Raid. The Demon Flip Master. And beyond that is the man that made the pact with the right devil, the wind devil. It is Dogura with the psychic type Bison. This team is ridiculous. And today, they could get their revenge on Yogibo Reject.
It's a possibility. And I'm glad you said psychic type. I feel like Bison is definitely of that camp. He's definitely going to be like the psychic gym leader. You know, I think that'd be the perfect match. Yogibo Reject coming in from the home team. I'm actually kind of curious to see what the composition is going to be like in regards to their player order, because they have someone like Torimeshi to really change things up. We talked about the powerhouses. We have Tokido, obviously. You know, we talked about Lashar. But let's get a full introduction of the entirety of this powerhouse Yogibo Reject team. Starting things off with, I think, almost the #1 point earner. It is Lashar, the Korean golden finger, who has been absolutely dominant in his debut here in Street Fighter League, followed by the high priest Torimeshi. Not necessarily playing as many games, but when he does, it is impactful with that Dulcian. Followed by lightning fast, the speed star that is Akira. He's got some of the best decision making in the game with that Kami, and I gotta say, it's been really frustrating to see some of these players fall. But of course, the captain, the fighting game genius that is Tokido, leading the pack, also making a huge presence and a huge splash, also being the top of the charts in regards to successful drive impacts.
What is this blue? The glowing lights on them? As you mentioned,
yeah, I think they're at the Yogibo Reject venue during the watch party. Yeah.
Live and in person. All right. Crazy Raccoon. This is the strategy for them. Kazunoko, Shuto, Dogura, and have Kami. You have Akuma, and have Bison at the very end. Bison at the very end is a very deadly choice, considering you have Akira, who could come up on the home side and blow that up. That is Bison's worst matchup. So it's kind of deadly to put up Dogura, but then again, he don't really care about that matchup sort of thing. He is a psychic type. You'll be able to read any sort of person. So despite the strategy being kind of weird on paper, it might work out in person. What do you think?
So there's been a lot going on Dogura streams, and I had like the luxury of being able to watch it. Like, we usually kind of do that after any sort of like Street Fighter League kind of concludes. It's just a matter of like, you know, staying up for it. Dogura has been really attentive to specifically Kami to beat up that matchup. I think he's going to be well prepared, and he's in that anchor spot for that specific purpose. But Kami's not going to be the one to blow him up, right? Akira coming up first for Kazunoko makes a lot of sense. I had actually talked to this about the producer. I had mentioned Kazunoko might have to face off against the mirror match with Akira. Kazunoko does a really great job of suppressing a lot of aggression from a lot of players. I think his defense is very sound and astute. I think it's pretty much up to par with how his offense used to be like in a variety of different fighting games. But obviously, knowing the mirror match is one thing. Knowing how Akira plays is another thing, which I think Kazunoko is prepared for, right? Akira kind of throws a lot of risk around some of the dive kicks where, sure, it's placed well, sure, he'll use something like an OD dive kick to get within range and it'll be negative, but I wouldn't be surprised if he throws out maybe like an OD DP or a level 1 right afterwards. Kazunoko is very mindful of that. He invented that. If you guys ever had the chance to play his Yun or watch his Yun in Street Fighter 4, do you know how many times this guy did really bad dive kicks and immediately roundhouse up kicked with Yun? 1.5 million times. 1.5 million. He was the original speed star.
Akira willing to go up against him. You know, I kind of agree in terms of like keeping up pace. Like you can definitely see some of that influence in Akira and some of his gameplay and how fast he plays. But again, as you mentioned, those risks don't always come with reward. And for Akira, I feel like he's either super hot with that or super cold with it. Moments where he's amazing with it. He is landing every ODDP after minus frames. He is hitting every dive kick or taking his turns right after certain scenarios where he shouldn't. But someone like Kazunoko won't let that slide because, as you mentioned, he played in that jungle before. He rumbled in that jungle before. I thought it was going to be Lashar. I thought Lashar was going to come because he likes the Kemi matchup. He studied so much with Akira. During the interview, though, Kazunoko says it's a fun order for them. We need 25 points to confirm second place. So
yeah, a little bit of risk behind that. A little bit of risk behind that, right? Like, I think no matter what, it's kind of difficult. Like, looking at this order, Kazunoko has a really great time adapting. I think if there was like a stat chart adaptation, it would be like his #1 strength. Shuto has been playing out of his mind recently, so him coming up second to secure at least 10 points is pretty imperative. Dogura not having to face off against a Kami and him being prepared for anybody, it's like he's playing something fierce lately. The way that he's been practicing on stream, he's been taking it way more seriously towards the end. So I think this is something that Crazy Raccoon can deliver, in my opinion. They can come through with even like a 30 bomber, in my opinion.
Yeah. I agree. I think this is possible. Even more so now that you don't have like the paper-to-paper matchup sort of thing happening right now and benefit for them. But hey, Lashar might rock it over in the anchor position as he usually does and take down Dogura. But the reason why I laugh is because Akira said, I don't want to play, and I always have difficulty against Kazunoko, but if I were to win here, I'd be confident in the playoffs, so I'll do my best. So I guess this is like a matter of like getting that confidence up for the finale. So we already mentioned, Yogibo Reject, already in prime position, first place spot for the playoffs, sitting pretty right now. It's a matter of confidence, it's a matter of staying solid, and it's a matter of getting revenge, as Kazunoko has been inventing the Speed Star style.
There was an anticipation for a normal from Kazunoko, hence why the parry came out, but Akira one step ahead thus far. That could have been so dangerous. That neutral jump, I feel like, could get sniped out with the heavy uppercut. But Kazunoko slowly starting to figure out some game plan. Yeah, I like that. Parry it up to string up the lights.
What's up for Cammy? Arrow caught him raw. TK dive kick, catches the throw instead, though. Back on offense is Kazunoko. You poke with that stand medium kick, try to go for the heavy. The neutral jump is there, doesn't clip a limb. Give it a dive kick, make it nice and safe. Solid spacing for the side of Kazunoko. Could have finished the string off that counter hit light, didn't get too much off of it. Really? What a jump off the heavy.
Damn. What a way to utilize the rest of that meter. Again, level 2 finishes have not really been that common, but Akira being sure to be as effective as possible. I like that. Buster got mad early. Akira taking a different turn to the speed style with early aggression, even on defense.
Back throw. Not a forward throw. Up in the corner against the lights. This cat, the dive kick, sharing a limb. Baits out the OD dive kick. Wow! What? That's a combo. Into the OD, the super, the DP right after to put him in burnout. In the drive for a stand fierce fish, that is super sick. This dude just invented a whole new combo on the fly.
That was sick.
At least one that we haven't seen. I'm sure he knew that.
What the hell was that?
Oh. Write that down, Chad. Write that down.
My man did crouching heavy punch, micro walk forward, lift upper again, into like what, the OD axe kick from Hooligan into level 2 off the ground bounce? That was kind of crazy. Hold up, I'm stuck on that moment.
Give me a pause, please. Hold on now. Akira. Kazunoko staggers in the stand light kick. The drive rush right after it. The stagger steps, so all the hits connect here. Something different we see from the strings. He's been going for like a lot of light. And so he staggered that stand light kick just a little bit. Gets the counter hit on Kazunoko. Last time he got perfect parry. This time he's able to switch up the strings. And it's Akira taking the first game.
That was crazy. What a combo, man. Kazunoko was insane.
He won the battle. Didn't win the war, but he won the battle for me.
Oh. Yeah, they are swinging. Yo, what a punish counter off of the stand light kick too, or sorry, stand jab from the whiff stand medium kick. Stand medium kick, I feel like is such a nuisance to even try to whiff punish.
It's a Cammy to deal with it. In a mirror match. Light kick, nice and deep. ODDP representing it again. No bait out from the side of Kazunoko. Has not been able to deal with
the
stand light kick. Checks a dive kick.
Happening?
Are you kidding me, Kazunoko?
What the hell is happening right now? What do you mean standing light kick against that? This guy Kazunoko is a genius. This guy's actually a genius.
Oh my God. The stand light kick does that? Oh, write that down. Dive kick hits the crouching kick, trying to get the reversal shimmy. Nothing at all. Oh yeah, he's running all over him. Kazunoko, one more interaction to get the win. A throw. Perfect KO. Kazunoko deserved that. After that stand light kick, interrupt the OD dive kick. Too many of those were flying. He had an option for that. I can't believe you did stand light kick. It's also like a not risky option comparatively to some other things you might use. What a decision. Stand light kick.
Bruh, he is locked the hell in too. Like he's looking at the games on his player cam. He has not like changed facial expressions once. He hasn't done like the head tilt. Like one of his ticks when you watch him play. I studied the hell out of Kazunoko. When he makes a decision that doesn't fall through, he'll always do like this tick. Like he'll tilt his head like, oh damn it, I shouldn't have done that. He is not budged. He is 1000% locked in. This is like Super Saiyan Kazunoko. I've never seen him like this kind of tuned in. It's crazy.
This man get that Zenkai boost and set loose against the Cammy mirror match. Able to stay solid. And we see some of these, I guess, mirror match tendencies. The stand light kick against the OD dive kick that was kind of harassing continuously. Taking off the table, put Akira off guard. And then you saw Kazunoko kind of just steamroll after that. And after that combo he did previously in the first game, which I feel like he should have won because he did that sick-ass combo. It just seems, as you mentioned, he is super locked in. We'll see what Akira can do to pull things back in his hands. But when you're doing things like stand light kick to delete a dive kick off the table, I don't know what you could do better at this point. The way that Kazunoko is playing is absolutely informed. Like this guy, again, as you mentioned, he created the Speed Star style original. Like he is the original recipe.
This has been insane to watch thus far. Most of the time, I'm not gonna lie to you, low-key, when I see a mirror match, I'm like, all right, that's whatever. Like I could kind of get excited for it, but this has been like the most exciting mirror match I've seen like this year. I'm gonna be real frank about it. This has been quite a development so far from Kazunoko. So what's really wild about standing like it being the anti-air choice, that is the riskiest thing you could ever even think about. Like, what in the hell goes on through your mind from that range to do that? Like, this is not the first that we've seen this type of answer from the side of Kazunoko. The fact that he'd grinded out so many like situations where he would have to anti-air against dive kick against certain ranges. Like, you have to rely on the opponent being in that range to even attempt to do that. Kazunoko executing that specifically is like madman territory, and for not even like a big reward, right? The risk reward behind it, it's like if he whiffs that or if it just gets blown up, you're taking hella damage. You're close to death. You're gonna get pushed to the corner. The fact that he went for that is crazy.
This guy Kazunoko laughing at a mirror match. I'm just baffled that, again, as you mentioned, the risk reward is not that heavy for the favor of him, but for him to do that, it took Akira off guard. Akira's like, wait, I can't even dive kick? Like, that's the thing I'm supposed to do as Cammy. Like, that's one of my initiators. Final game between the two. Anti-air prepared and right there. Drive rush heavy kick for the plus frames. Reversal buttons incoming. Counter hit combo. Power arrow delays the crouch kick. Gets a pickup. Lift up. We're in the DP ender. The DP now represented from Kazunoko.
Oh. Still stringing up the lights, man. That's the second time he's been blown up for that option. Kazunoko on the offensive too. I like him kind of knocking on the door a little bit and then falling back. He needs that 3-bar threshold. Oh.
There. Jump light kick. Gets immediate crouch fears. You want to finish this with the bar expended? Yes, he does. Bring up that level 2. At set point, Kazunoko. It's still so back and forth, but all it takes is like 2 decisions that lead to so much damage and the momentum back in Kazunoko's hands and land him the W.
Yeah, still gets the juggle. Wasn't his way through. Airborne? You know it. Damn, that was a delayed tech if I ever seen it. So much space created in between that tech as well. Kazunoko, what do you do about this now? You just jump in, okay? We'll take that.
Jump your space in the skies with the air-to-air. Jumping, you can't do that. And he tried to go for the crouching medium punch to catch the dash, but the dive kick is there. Caught the punish counter. More interaction off the jabs. And Kazunoko said, you can't rumble in my jungle. I created the style.
That's insane. It's like, you play the Speed Star style, guess what, man? I created that. That is crazy. What a statement to make. Crazy Raccoon getting the first big W. Only increasing their chances and their odds going into the favorable seeding of second place thus far. They want to retain that home position going into the playoff spot for very good reason. But man, what an insane combo, brother. That was in the first game of the second round, man. Oh my lord.
This guy is ridiculous. It's not like Akira isn't good on his own. Like, he was starting to switch up his strengths and things like that, but then you see the parries come back on the table from the side of Kazunoko and him just getting way more reward off his interactions. 2 steamroll right after. You get 1 or 2 and he just, from there, full pedals to the metal. 10 points, Crazy Raccoon. We have Shuto up next. Who do you send up?
Ooh. Do I try Tokido, perhaps? Maybe. I think I would like Tokido in this matchup, to be honest with you. I don't know if they actually engaged in the Super Premiere, but I want to look this up. Tokido versus Shuto Super Premiere Japan to get that live update. I don't think we ever got that in maybe that kind of in that kind of way, but I'll double check either way. I think Tokido would have to be the play. Right? I don't think Torimeshi versus Akuma, sorry, Dawson versus Akuma wouldn't necessarily be the best. Unless Torimeshi has something specific for Shuto. But with how often Goichi takes to the skies, especially in the hands of Shuto, it could be quite the ordeal for Torimeshi.
Exactly. I was thinking that too. I was like, there's no way you're going to set up Sim for somebody who is so adept at being able to jump and Demon Ray, Demon Flip, Dive Kick, Fireball, whatever it may be. Considering that Sim does have some good anti-air options, some of them are a little bit more on the predictive side, a little on the slower side, depending on if you go for Yoga Lance. Yoga Uppercut might not always hit, so I say bring up Tokido, put Lashar at the very end to get his final win right there. We'll see. You know, Tokido, I feel like would be a great decision. Even if it's not good on paper, it's just how he breaks down the player to player would be fine enough to go up against someone like Shuto.
No doubt. But it's Torimeshi coming up. That's crazy. I'm about it. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. So, I mean, the more challenging, the better, in my opinion. Torimeshi has done a great job of really dissecting certain matchups, like character specifics and player specifics, that it makes a lot of sense. Like, Torimeshi is always reserved from the home side. It's more so on the side of, like, the defender, of, like, being on the away side. It's always up to them to understand whether or not they're ready for the Dawson matchup specifically. But Tokido was like, nah, Torimeshi's got it. I believe in him.
He's good, bro. Let him go. So I kind of agree in terms of, like, we'll see what Torimeshi can bring to the table. Maybe because he's so flight-based and more about, like, movement than other Sim players. He's been like that historically in 5, and now he's at 6. maybe he'll be able to check a challenge that Demon Flip preemptively. Like jump medium at the proper ranges, he'll be able to space himself out properly, better than other sim players might, where they might be a little bit more grounded based. We'll see if that happens. Again, but Shoot, though, he's also kind of a lap rat, despite the fact that he kind of gets a little goofy on the streams. He definitely labs out very with new intricacies in terms of matchups, depending on what it is. And he also has things that he sets up for the Demon Raid. Like, yes, he'll go for the Demon Raid. Obviously, people know him for that. But he sets up for that to happen. He's got the Fireball, he's got a Space Trap you, push you out at the exact range so that the heavy Demon Flip will hit. And you're not expecting it, or jump-ins and stuff like that. That initiates for even more pressure on the ground and in the air, and kind of just steamrolls from there. So I do want to see what Torimeshi brings to the table for this matchup. I don't think it's that good on the ground for Akuma, but he does have the fast fireballs to fight some of the limbs preemptively, and that also allows him to get in more than other Shotokons can. Other Shoto players have to expend OD Fireball. Maybe he can't go for the Fireball game as much, but Akuma definitely can. And with that Demon Ray behind it, it makes it even more difficult to lock that character down. But if you hit him, it's going to hurt, especially as the anti-air damage for Sim is pretty damn good. Spin level 1, we see those sequences of like a punish counter, back heavy punch, like the Yoga Lance into level 1. At minimum, we'll definitely take a chunk from Akuma.
Yeah, that's one of the bigger concerns that I'm not looking forward to. But you talked about having that mobility that Torimeshi utilizes a lot more than other players. I think he has very creative ways of getting out of the corner, and also creative ways to set up Fireball so that he's not going to be in danger for too long. He won't mind risking an OD Yoga arc, because he knows for sure it's going to be coming back to the other person, like as it usually does. Having that backward bounce is a pretty big deal. Whether or not Shuto can recognize the situation to kind of like drop his own combo and wait to block, it's still going to give Torimeshi an opportunity to get out of the corner or get out of pressure at the cost of a bit of life and a bit of OD gauge, right? So we'll see if that creativity actually kind of shines, and if Shuto's going to be gonna fall a victim to it, or if it's going to be like another run-of-the-mill type of statistic where Akuma just runs over Dawson, right? Who knows? But I've had this theory for a while now. I think Dawson can get away with beating up some of the more meta characters like Rashid, with Ed. We've seen tidbits of that even outside of players like Torimeshi over at the Super Premiere, little like hints of like how the limbs can be utilized from further on to counterplay some of the big activation tools that allow characters like Ed or Rashid to get themselves started, like a flicker or even like a whirlwind shot from Rashid. I wonder how imperative that's going to be against someone like or any sort of like Shoto in this matchup too. So we'll see. If anybody has the answer, Torimeshi might just be the one to have it.
On the other hand of things, like you kind of have to play a little bit perfect. If you get knocked down, Akuma's going to go to town, bro. Especially up in the corner. You have the best defensive options. Yeah, you have the duck to get like the throws, but as you mentioned, you might have to spend some OD gauge. If you do get some distance to be able to teleport out, Shuto might hunt that down. So I want to see how Torimeshi's innate defense is going to work out to help survive some of these moments. That will probably happen at least once. When you're fighting Akuma, you're going to get knocked down eventually, and you push up in the corner, especially if he goes for the heavy Tatsu Ender. That's going to happen at least once, especially if Shuto puts his hands on you. We'll see what the defensive tactics are on Wake Up, what he does for like delayed buttons, how he's able to leave the corner using the OD arc, as you mentioned, to be able to teleport, or if he uses that as like a bait, where they try to press a button, they're like, or they try to like walk back and he force themselves to space, and they try to go for like a delayed button, and they get blessed instead. Torimeshi can play around that idea too as well. And as he gets active, that does help for him to build up bar, so he'll have more drive gauge more continuously. But again, we'll see. We'll have to see what happens in this matchup. I want to see what Shuto has. He is a lab rat. People don't get to see it that much that often. They don't know him for that. They just see very aggressive Akuma that's always jumping and demon flipping. But he does have a lot of good intricacies that allow him to have that style to work. That's not a style that you can just do. That's something you have to be a fortitude in the neutral first, or have to understand the intricacies for it to happen and explode when you get those hits. Oh, the cameras are back. I like the hat too. All right.
Damn, he's locked in. He's got the hat. He's got the Yogibo reject hat. Fully locked in with his sponsor. I like that. But all jokes aside, we're going to see how this plays out. This is so exciting to see. I know in regards to like what's actually on the line for both of these teams, it's more so on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Torimeshi is just looking to play spoiler at this point. But the funny thing is, even if Shuto wins, right? it doesn't necessarily secure them the second place position. That'll only be like 20 points to their name. If Shuto falls, then that's even more pressure from the side of Dogura. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I like Crazy Raccoon in a tiebreaker scenario more. Like getting that first to one, that first to death. With someone like with any of these three, actually. I think they would be playing a little bit more wild than maybe Lashar would anticipate, because Lashar has always kind of been the go-to guy for some of these sudden death matches. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think you're right. If they enforce that, you put Kazunoko up there for a first and one, he'll get it done. I think Kazunoko could definitely clean up if you put him in that first to death scenario, if it lands to that. But it's kind of prophesizing Dogura's demise a little bit, which we'll have to see, because, you know, Lashar going up might be difficult. But we are getting an interview here. Shuto says, thanks to Kazunoko, we're pretty much confirmed for second place. But this game is still important for the playoffs. I'll do my best.
I don't know if that calculation is correct, but you know what? Well, you know, you want him to be less pressure, you know, a little bit more confident in it. I think that's totally fine. Although all the mathematizers in the production team and in the chat, I don't believe Shuto might be correct. So either way, it's gonna be fine. Torimeshi. It's been some time since I played, but I want to show that there's a good Dhalsim in Division F2. Damn, the call out against YHC Mochi, I like that. Or maybe in unison, you know, the Dhalsim brothers stand together. I get that. But this is something that I've been looking forward to for a while now, right? Just seeing the way that Torimeshi plays has always been a treat for Street Fighter fans in general, because of the creative ways that he's found like some of these W's. And mind you, looking at his overall performance, he is currently in last place, but that's only because he hasn't played, right? He is 1 for 4 thus far, but that's only because he hasn't really been around.
It's more of like a weapon on the home side, you know, utilized in certain matchups or player-to-player things as well. You know, you can't really send him out on the way. We'll get counter-picked, but he's able to come out on his own terms. See what he can do. Perfect parry in between the string. Close up with the heavy kick, lurching forward with the conversion. Don't catch him teching. He does not at all. But again, you're wondering what's going to happen when Dhalsim is on the defense. Oh, he's getting hit with that stand fierce fist to face up in the corner space.
Yeah, that is a Shuto classic. Not afraid to go for the instant overhead type stuff. The jump back jab right on the dome piece of Torimeshi. All right, we're restarting now. Redo is what it is for Torimeshi, right? He's like, redo, guys, it's fine. Out of there. Punish counter? Sick. Oh, meaty as hell, Fireball. You still get the conversion? This guy's sick. Look at the damage, too, without bar. It's crazy.
Back throw, though. In the corner, coming with bar, does not commit to a button right after. Let's get the dive kick, but you mentioned the fireballs being problematic even up in the corner. OD jumps down with the jump, fierce drive, reversal, offensive style up in the corner. The meaty overhead, still gets a counter hit, and the level 3 has to pop off with this CA.
Still one of the sicker animations, man. Jesus. Uh-oh.
It's a super
punish!
He gets a reversal button instead, yes!
He committed to the rest of the animate fist. He thought he was gonna have enough to chip Torimeshi out. That wasn't the case. Actually crazy. Torimeshi survived by a pixel. Oh no. Being able to set up and cook him up. Uh-oh.
Throw. To the corner again. Back throw? No,
like that.
Forward throw instead. It's up for the fireball.
The down forward throw, grabbing the ankles is a pretty significant deal. He slid all the way under that. That is crazy. This guy is mad creative with his options thus far. That arrow approach has not been as deadly for the rest of the round. Damn! Crouching heavy to stuff out the jump medium, but Torimeshi with the big rebuttal. The first game going to the Dhalsim main.
All by a pixel, all because he committed to the adamant fist. Trying to get in with the driver's crash. We'll kick him again. Taking to the skies, Torimeshi, very floaty, very flighty. There you can see overhead, the charge up, level 2 fireball. It was a setup the entire time. The perfect parries there, gets a jump fierce.
Uh-oh! A side mishap. I don't think Shuto expected the trait to happen, hence why he already committed to the medium. The medium Tatsu, that is, excuse me. Oh, yes, that's exactly what he was looking for the last time. Command grab, you know it, the mini demon.
Dive kick calls it out with the jump fierce. Side switch. New throw, back in the corner you go. OD fireball with the arc, lock him down.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much of a threat the Yoga Float poses against the air raids, actually, the demon raids. We're looking at it right now. Damn, that's a really big whip punish, but Forward Fierce wasn't able to connect. You try to move out of the way. No, let me lock it down with the target combo confirmed into the level 1. Shuto, again, getting the first round.
Parry, punish right after with the medium at least. If the heavy kick, the jump fierce does not catch the recovery. I'm surprised. It will stay fine. Drive reversal in burnout, but definitely not options to teleport. Nothing off that jab. The anti with the yoga uppercut. Another throw. Torimeshi can definitely get real aggressive in this corner as Mance's in burnout does not have the level 2 just yet. Goes for immediate drive impact before he builds with the bar at the bottom. The sun is shining on the Sansara.
My man is cooking. Yo, juggle him. I'm talking, look at the damage. You're hella dead. My man cooked him. The original recipe cooked up by Torimeshi. That was well done if I ever seen it. That was hella damage. This guy is insane.
So well done. Congratulations. Set point right now. We finish the job. The whip punishes there against the crouching medium punch. Adamant fist. Heavy kick Tatsu ender. Maximizing the damage. Gets the Frank off the medium punch. Looks up at the level 3 yet. Ah, he does. He wants the lead. He wants the bar back. My mistake. Excuse me. Shuto with one more interaction to give himself at least a game on the board. So Torimeshi does on defense.
Yeah, the drive rush forward off of the parry option select. No way! What? Oh, that was actually mad random. So, it's funny enough, like, the teleport does have startup to it, and he still has a hurt box around him. I didn't think that was gonna hit. That was wild. God, this game is sick. Out of there! Flowing around, letting the jump fierces rock a lot more often. Torimeshi just trying to occupy that space that Shuto wants to so desperately close in on. Oh. Out of there, or so we thought. The dive kick getting Shuto out of harm's way enough to get at least that fierce coming in. Watch out now. Forward throw. Are you gonna drive rush on in? He doesn't give a damn about his own drive gauge. He puts himself in burnout. Noah, is that you? Japanese Noah. That's what I like to see. Shuto with the aggression, forcing himself into burnout, giving Torimeshi zero room to breathe, as it should be. Oh. What do you do now, Torimeshi? You've been put at this match point. Oh, what a call out against the DP. Come out. Damn. No remorse again. He truly is Japanese Noah. My man did OD uppercut. He didn't give a damn about his drive gauge. Yo, he caught him with the adamant fist. That was crazy. Torimeshi was well beyond the reach of trying to counter with the crouching heavy. That is insane that it worked out that way. Torimeshi out of the corner. Ugh. I like the response. Using the drive impact against it. No, sir. But wait a minute. Oh, you are so sneaky. Torimeshi with a very risky dive kick. That was at the chin. The toes to the chin tech. Oh, there we go. That was what he was looking for the whole time. The big whiff punish against that limb to drive on in with the forward heavy punch. He's missed that quite a couple of times now, but he's changed it up and found the success. Torimeshi pressing buttons where he shouldn't. That was a counter hit. Take your time. Take your time. Torimeshi, as Shuto is in burnout. It might be lights out though, if Shuto can land at least a grab. Oh, DDP instead! Chases down the teleport. Shuto trying to keep the speed up against Torimeshi. No amount of speed bumps could stop this Hellcat.
I was able to catch everything, but man, oh man, did I just come back to that ODDP. You said Japanese Noah. Looks like he was switching it up in terms of the drive gauge uses, but yo, congratulations to Shuto to lock down someone as flighty as Torimeshi. Do like him using some of these options. You see the crouch fierce right there, catching the crouching, or the jump medium, I should say. And just in general, having particulars to fight this character, oh man, that would have worked. See, I'm watching this on the fly because I didn't get to see the rest of it. But him prepared to get that ODDP. You said calm it down, keep it tight. He definitely did so. 20 points totality for Crazy Raccoon. It's got to be Lashar that comes up, right? And to finish this off, it's got to be Lashar, right? Who else? Tokido could, but Lashar has been the golden finger, the golden anchor position. It's got to be Lashar.
I think I like Ed's kit against Bison specifically with how everybody's been playing it around the world. I think Lashar is the perfect fit for this matchup. And it's not to take away from Tokido, obviously, but I think Ed would play off against this a little, or I mean, just as good, if not better, in my opinion. Just the amount of control that he gets against Bison is too strong, right? As much as I like to chalk it up to Ken having some great normals, pretty lengthy, having a fireball, etc., but like having OD Psycho Crusher could be so scary in response too, but we'll see. Going into it, Dogura, I think with the way that they're currently placed, they have 20 points. They still need 5 points, by the way, to really secure and confirm that second place finish. Tokido steps up to the plate. What a beast. What an absolute beast.
Expectations are all getting shattered right now. But Tokido, even if the matchups aren't good or bad, or could be better in terms of what's on paper, he can operate around that stuff. I gotta, I guess, correct myself because people keep saying that I am always just dumping on Tokido. I am not. The thing is about Tokido, he is not the most optimal with his combos all the time because he chooses to go for things that lead to more corner carry or dissect the player and get data. He is optimal in his game plans. He doesn't have to always be the most optimal in terms of conversions combos. You're not going to see the fancy combos that you see from Ryukichi, from even Reinhardt in certain situations, I should say. What you're going to see is him dissect the player in minute decision-making opportunities and slowly break them down. We saw that at the CPT Japan top 8, especially against Momochi. He did drive rush jab, or I'm sorry, drive rush throw first for the first game, over and over again. And that took Momochi off guard when he started doing drive rush jab in the second game. So those things help to break down the player and work against their tendencies, what they want to do. I think that definitely can help against Bison. He's on the back foot, he's on his back. It's harder for him to deal with stuff. He doesn't have the reversals. You have to use level 1, drive reversal, parry. They're having ODDP, that's not so good. However, Dogura is the psychic one. We talk about how he just knows what you're about to do before you even do it. He's able to get these counter scenarios more often than not. We talk about how we've seen that in Street Fighter 5, we've seen it in Street Fighter 6, and how he's able to operate around that. He just knows everything about these players before that happens, and it's part of him grinding it out, but also him being just a long-time competitor and fighting games overall, not just Street Fighter, but all across the board.
So this is what I've been looking forward to, actually. I've been really paying attention to Dogura streams more than Tokido's, to be quite honest with you. I think Dogura has a specific game plan against Tokido. Whether or not it comes through, it's just a matter of time. And I feel like that strategy revolves around a lot more aggression from OD Psycho Crushers to kind of like spend some of his drive gauge early just to close the gap against Tokido. I don't know if that's a really solid strat. Like, this is just an example that he was talking about. I asked him in English. I'm like, so what is the purpose of doing this? He's like, I just want to close the gap against Tokido. That's just like one of the instances. However, I told him, I'm like, well, if that's the case, why not try to be a little bit more ambiguous with like the Devil's Reverse, right? Like maybe do like the Stomp startup to kind of like keep it ambiguous and go for the Devil's Reverse. And he's like, I think Tokido will react with anti-air. So I'm like, okay, I could kind of get that, but like Psycho Crusher, I don't know, man. Maybe he was trolling, maybe not, but he was going for like working on that strategy on his streams for a while. I'm like, the hell, dude? Like, why?
-3 to spinning bar, you're not plus. And
yeah.
Usually when you do the Psycho Crusher, like for a lot of Bison players, including me, like afterwards, you tend to stand up and forget to block low. Even the best do so. Like they get blessed low, and usually you see the Ken player or a Shoto player use the crush you would kick right after to catch them and just allows them to get that corner carry. We'll see though if that strategy works out. Perfect parry, catches the Jin ride, but that could be data for Tokido a little bit later on. Puts on the bomb right after, staggers the crouching medium punch, sends it out raw. It's the explosion.
I wonder if he was doing that to troll. Like, maybe he knew Tokido was watching, or like maybe Tokido fans were watching, so he's like giving false information, which is highly plausible, you know?
That's true.
I definitely think Dogura is definitely one to troll, 100%. So We'll see if that's the case right now. He's looking mad serious.
Oh, that'd been a fireball. Careful now. That's a perfect time to sound out the OD Psycho Crusher against the fireball. Good timing. Avoids the crouching meeting kick, but still gets hit with the second one. Jinrai, you trade with the go right kick. Gets a side switch too as well off the counter.
Yeah, the stop sign that is the medium kick. I love that too against the green stuff. Up on in there. Important tech too. Tokido would have been back thrown. It's a matter of resources too. He'll take a couple of throws. Number one, the jump back from Tokido is real. And I like that. Enhanced Tatsu for the punish. Hella damage on the way over. Tokido, great anticipation. I didn't even know what that animation was.
Sector. Trade. Oh man, couldn't take trades against Tokido. He likes that. So does Ken. So back up in the corner. What's that defense like? This time he blocks it out. So we're going for the super immediately. Jump in, puts stuff in the corner, doesn't matter. Tumbleweed back throw. Oh, he's up for the heavy kick. You gotta be kidding. What a space trap. Send out that level 3 for the victory. Tokido.
The craziest thing out of that entire sequence, he still didn't run out of bar. My man did 3 ODs and still had a little bit of bar left. That is crazy.
Didn't you mention this before where Tokido had issue like keeping his drive gauge up? Has been hyper focusing on that throughout the entirety of Street Fighter 6? Because you were somebody else, but we see it right now. Good management.
I'd imagine that was a point of topic for a lot of the commentators that have been following along with Tokido and his current performance, right? There's been a lot of times over where he just hasn't really found a solid way to seal out these rounds because he's been so dried out. But that hasn't been the case since the Super Premiere, I feel like.
Yeah. Now it's Dogura. It's not level 1, but that's fine. You'll take that super. Well, maybe not. Never mind. He's back with drive gauge. Plus range. Driver stay fierce, trying to find an opening. Try to go for the heavy kick, but the crouching meter kick is there. Instead, Tokido burns himself out for that hand stocks. One more interaction. Up in the corner, tip throw. I lied. Another one. It's a jab to get it done for the crouching light kick. Tokido putting on the pressure continuously up in the corner. You'll like to see it.
Not even bothering with the anti-air. Not even like a crouching heavy punch. Oh, yeah. Catching the startup with that fierce too. Tokido in great condition. Perfect parry, side switch, you know it.
So it's time to lock him up in the corner. Gets the second one in the counter hit. That's a light bomb to go off. Back though, there we go. Plus range trade, trying to go for the stand like too far out. He was trying to enforce a lot of trades, and it makes sense. Ken gets so much off that interaction. That level 3 at the bottom could be dangerous. Plus again.
There it is. Yeah, not gonna be counter hit, not gonna get that weird float, but you gotta spend it here, right? Level 2? No, not at all.
Don't die with that bar. Don't die with the bar. Such a risky drive impact.
Oh, that was it.
Oh, you better finish the job. Finish your plate. It's got veggies on there.
Not like this. Don't do it this way.
On both sides.
Oh, you jumped that! He's not maintaining charge. He's not maintaining charge! No way! The throw rings out! Tokido gets punished on trying to read for the throw. Dogura with a high risk level 1. Jesus.
You're a bicycle player. You have to be comfortable spinning that level 1 for a reversal and wake up.
Ah! There it is.
Okay.
Now he's letting the play rock. I'm telling you. Now he's trying to do it. He was saving it for last.
I see the vision. I understand it now. Back throw? No, he thought it was a throw 2 as well, but not the proper punish. Could have finished the job, or at least close to. Burnout minimum.
Damn. They're slugging. A bunch of fists to the face right now. Tokido is draining the hell out of that drive gauge. Sure you, and I love this level 3. Do it again. Damn, that's a highlight.
Come out, one more hit. Gonna block. He's gonna punish his Tokido, the dissector again. Knowing that you only had one more option there, blocked it out nice and easy and breezy right there. It's Tokido. Despite a very hectic second game, brings it back to the brink. And as mentioned, being able to keep his drive gauge up is very imperative for him. He's been able to get these weird interactions, to be able to get the falls right after that jump, like kick, float, stake, get the level 3, almost said ODBP. Level 3 off right after. Tokido, when he puts you in the corner, that's when he goes to work. He's been like that in every, I feel like Street Fighter 5, he was like that with every character. We see it in 6, and what better character than Ken to kind of loop you in different methods of pressure. You can't even loop. You try to jump out, jump like kick to catch you right back down to the ground. Level 3 right after. This guy's good.
It's too good. I was actually kind of curious about that decision. So in that last sequence, he went for Odi Jinrai. The overhead got blocked, and he didn't finish the ender, right? I'm thinking to myself, as Dogura, sure, like, it's not punishable because I'm in burnout, but it grants him his turn, right? So going for the reversal super was a very interesting choice. Like, I didn't think he would have tried to do that. Like, my intentions, or like his intentions behind it makes me think like he was afraid of Tokido maybe busting out with a super, but Tokido had already spent those 3 bars, right? Tokido did not have any resources left to him. He had actually spent the last of his drive gauge spending that OD for that pressure, which he blocked. So I think there was a very big chance and a very big realm where Tokido could have lost, because that would have been Dogura's turn to really apply pressure with even like scissor kicks if need be, like do a string into a pressure, into like repeated scissor kicks, etc. So going for that super was really out of the ordinary. I didn't think he would do something like that because, again, it was his turn to play. He had 3 whole frames to do whatever he wanted.
And go to the pressure right after. And one of the barons of burnout is definitely Bison. Light the scissor kick, light the scissor kick. Doing that continuously. And maybe it's a matter of just like, man, I don't want to have to enforce any error. I think maybe Tokido will take his turn right after. And even though he can't, he's -3. But maybe he'll delay a button or something. Whatever it may be, he was panicking. But I agree. I think the option there would have been just to kind of hold tight, you know, just wait a little bit, take a turn, and get aggressive. So maybe that super, as you mentioned, I'm trying to think of like the strategy that could go beyond, like the I know that you know that I know that you know, but still wasn't in favor of Tokido. Takes it 2 games.
It really is tough.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I'm looking at the frame data too for scissor kick. The only way for the pressure to be like plus and for trades to not happen, because Dogura only had like a sliver of health left, so we couldn't afford the trade. So I don't even think like the scissors pressure would have been enough, but that's neither here nor there now. Going into the next one, Tokido sitting at 2 games. Damn, my ass said Toguro instead of Dogura, huh? I'm thinking about you.
I mean, it
that's
makes
crazy.
sense. Bro, the post that he had previously, where you're sitting on the guy's shoulder. Yeah. Oh, he caught the throw, but did not get the proper punish. We've seen this happen quite a bit. He finds these like light confirms, punish counters, does not lead into the bomb or get something significant, even with drive gauge behind him, to his demise.
Perfect punish within the spacing too. Ugh, that's rough. It's absolutely rough.
Does get the hit. Wasn't a counter though, unfortunately. Oh, swinging a big sweep. It's a knockdown.
Yeah.
Throw or strike right after. Just get the drive rush jab. Again, another miss input, not able to complete the combo. Where's the bomb?
Oh! Drive on in. Trying to bait out something. He drives up with a light kick with the intention of baiting. Oh, what in the world? Tokido was ready for that.
And got a throw. They only ODP though. Yeah, make this hurt. OD probably spent Stampios level 1. Level 3, he wants to find the finish. Spends all the bar. He's gonna go for the burnout, but he wants to kill the stave offset point.
Damn. Expensive, albeit probably worth it? Question mark. Tokido does have 3 bars to his name as well. With how hard it's been for Dogura to open up Tokido, I don't know if it's worth it or not. Oh, damn, what a sweep. The privileged sweep. Oh, okay.
Overhead, back fist, bomb is on. Bars building up at the bottom too as well. Try to interact early before the bomb goes off. Take on the throw. The back is dangerous, but Tokido with the confidence to dash up, get the crouching kick, enhance Tatsu. Oki on his side of things. Tick throw, we break though. OD, it's working the strategy. The anti-Tokido strategy is working out.
It's real. Oh, the anti-everybody strategy. Wake up. Level 3. That critical art is going to hurt.
Bow. 40 fireball. Driver jab, he goes in. He gets the button right after with that stand light kick, and that's going to be it. Caught pressing buttons when he shouldn't. Is Dogura, and Tokido takes it. No matter what strategy, you can't beat the demonic one. Tokido, 3-0 over Dogura, and he should listen to your advice. I ain't gonna lie. I actually, like, high key, would have liked him to take this guys, at least test the option, man. Demon Storm is great. It's a fantastic thing. You can do OD for the plus frames, push it up a little bit, but you didn't want to listen.
Yeah. Shadow Rise would have been kind of nice to kind of like test the waters with. Even like the OD version too for the head stomp, the OD head stomp, but yeah, we didn't get to see that play too often. I think Tokido has been well versed in like challenging to the skies too. I think also he's been very good at catching like air to airs, so I could understand why Dogura wouldn't even try that tactic and why he was so reluctant during his training sessions on his stream. So it's funny to see that at least the OD Cycle Crushers kind of worked out, right? I think he was 2 for 2 on that regard, but the one big deal that I thought could have really changed the tide mentally and in the games, Dogura saving that meter towards the end of it too, like like he had done prior, right? Like just holding on to the level 3 and just trying to like solidify that round and saving it for the next one to be an even bigger threat. But Tokido, it's hard, right? You don't want to take a chance against someone like him, so I understand him kind of like spending the level 3, but 3 games straight. Now this is tough. The tiebreaker is so imperative for Crazy Raccoon. I had told the producers, like, you know, we might see a 30-0 from the side of Crazy Raccoon, but he's like, I think it might go tiebreaker, so.
Ooh.
Dogura coming back in. He's going for his revenge match. You gotta put Tokido, right? Again?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. He's warmed up. Let him get his lick back, you know what I'm saying? Or I guess I should say Dogura wants his lick back, but Tokido wants to end this with another win. But again, I think on both sides he's sent the most warm characters, or warm players, I should say. Please send up Tokido. I want to see more of this action too as well. Lashar! What? He doesn't even play today. What?
Hell yeah.
I mean, I like watching Lashar play. I love watching his head. I think his head's pristine and clean, salad bar crisp. But I'm surprised it's not Tokido, who's already warmed up and 3-0 Dogura. But prove me a liar, Lashar. Let's go.
I want to see it. I want to see Dogura get his run back, or at least get some of the points back. I want to see the utmost success for this team. But I'm also not, you know, not going to shy away from the drama that could be from the side of Verel and Hiroshima Team Ikisa. Not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily take away the second place spot with their current status of 20 points, but it would have guaranteed it with 25, right? Just now with Verel and Hiroshima Team Ikisa, if I were to look correctly at the rankings, let me see. Crazy Raccoon currently at 240. I think they are. Yeah, I think they're going to be currently fine. Okay, so it wasn't even 25, so 20 is just fine. Actually, yeah. They're currently solidified for second place. That is my mistake. It wasn't 25 points, it was indeed 20.
That's so strange because Kazunoko had said that 25 was confirming himself for second place, or confirming them for second place. So, what? Hey, 20, we'll take that if this is the case. So, that's how we end it though between these two teams. Gonna be Lashar coming back up. You know, last time Lashar came back up, he beat the Satsui no Sauce out of Shuto. This time it's a different competitor. Is Dogura. Dogura says, unfortunately, we lost, or I lost the anchor match, but if I win here, win the episode, confirm second place. So it is confirmed then. Dogura wins, so Kazunoko. We're all bad at math. It doesn't matter, brother. It's okay. We're all bad at math. But
well,
Dogura confirms that.
I'm going to contest the allegations. We are good at math. We can commentate and we can mathematize, all right? We can calculate the results, right? Hiroshima Team Igusa has 190 points. No matter what they do, if they happen to get like the most pristine win and get 40, they max out at 230. All right? I don't care what anybody says. I'm going to pull up the stats right now. 190 points for Hiroshima Team Igusa. If they score 40, 40 plus 190 is 230. So Crazy Raccoon, I don't know what's happening, but objection for sure. Objection. The math tells me Crazy Raccoon has solidified second place, all right?
You know what? Don't tell Dogura that, so that way he plays better. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody let him know.
I'm going to go to his chat right now. I'm definitely going to go to his stream and be like, hey, just so you know, you guys are already in second place. Just freestyle it. Just freestyle it. I think that makes for better content, right? Like, just seeing Dogura go nuts.
Yeah. Okay, you know, I'm with you. I'm with that. Lashar, though, he's looking to ruin the day. He said, Tokido won for us, and if we win here, win the episode 2, again, I'll do my best. Let's see if we do his best against Dogura. He was not happy about his loss previously against Tokido. The space trap with a crouch mini kick after scissor kick, wasn't able to get the hit that he wanted. Lashar tried to take back his turn. The perfect distance was done here from Dogura. Doubles down with the throw.
Oh. Yeah, having to play in this box is so difficult against Ed. For that exact reason. I love that too. The snipe out within the air-to-air against the Shadow Rise.
So good. This guys can easily do that at most ranges too as well, so lock that on full screen. Yoshimi go for something, he neutral jumps, he calls it out. Not only did Tokido do it, Lashar said, I'll do that too to him. And we're either win. Could OD fireball if he wants to. Right now, it's a plethora of fireballs. So go for the back throw, get something at all. The tech saves Dogura for a little bit longer.
Set him down again. Do it one more time. Oh, snap! That was actually kind of sick. You saw the startup of the uppercut, but the Shadow Rise, the OD Shadow Rise into the head stomp full animation. Even better.
Yes, sir. That's why I think the aerial approach is really important for this matchup, especially if OD switching up with the punch version as well. But on the ground, what happens with the fight like Lashar? He runs at level 3 with the quickness, gonna get his bar back, take quite a bit, string him up, aim for the kidneys, not regulation. He achieved the burnout though. Forward fierce, Cobra strike. It's his turn though.
Ooh, what was that?
Not meaty.
Bam. Oh, that sucks. You saw that started with the drive gauge just clipped.
And the turn again. More touch, he'll take that trade, Lashar. Enough help for that transaction. Final round between these two teams. It all comes down to this. Who's gonna walk away with the lion's share of the points? Last time it was Yogibo, but this time things are a lot closer.
3 bars to the side of Dogura. Could spend it early if need be. You are not allowed to drive rush anywhere near the long limbs of the law. My man, Ed, has stopped all the violence from Shadowloo and left it a long time ago for that exact reason. Forward throw now. Drive rush on in, you already know it. Background house, walking up, taking a lot of liberties with that space and the frame advantage.
Stealing turns. Steal some health. It's a kick hits, not a counter hit, or punish counter. OD. Loses the turn there. Not able to activate that level 2. He's got the range to do so. He's up in the corner. It'd be beneficial. He has to find the confirm. Back heavy kick hits the bomb. Goes to the level 3. Immediately not going to kill, but it will put him on death's door. One more decision. A lot of bar to utilize here. Go to the skies and go for that OD if he wants to. If you're Dogura, what do? Oh, just as I said, Dogura from the skies drops it on him.
Damn! I couldn't tell you what Lashar was trying to do on that point, but, you know, he got smoked twice. Man, that's literally what we talked about on stream. Dogura, where was that against Tokido, man? It's literally what we had talked about on stream. That is crazy. I love that. Dogura securing the 5 points, no matter how good or bad you are at math, they secure second place. Getting the home field advantage going into the playoffs.
And also, drawing blood from the strongest team thus far in these divisions is a big statement heading into the playoffs. Congratulations, Crazy Raccoon with 25 right there. You know, the first 2 games were done by their team. Dogura wasn't able to really clean it up in the anchor position, but then brings it back in that first to one. Man, that's a good sign, though. I do like seeing that competition. Things very close and down to the wire, especially when we head over to the playoffs. I don't want Yogibo just kind of clean up everything and just reign supreme and just take their W out there for the grand finals. I like seeing people fight back and bite back. But Dogura finally being like, you know what, Vicious kind of had a point right there. What if I hit that Shadow Rise OD with it and switch it up a little bit, just on the wrong competitor in the wrong time. But at the right time, at least getting that first one. Crazy Raccoon walking away with the win this time, also tonight. It is not tonight, it's still this morning.
Whatever time zone you're in, I'm just glad that, you know, the strategies that worked out for a lot of the players here. Kazunoko, Shuto, Dogura, I think that was such a stellar lineup. Even if you had thrown out Bonchan, I think it still would have been rather difficult to solidify like a 40 bomber, right? Like Shuto versus Torimeshi also was rather close, right? Kazunoko versus Akira couldn't have called it the way that it did, but either way, Dogura able to clean up after himself, even after following 3 games straight against Tokido. It was insane.
Didn't let it shake him, didn't let him stir him. We had some of the interviews here. Kazunoko said, I didn't think Akira would be facing me, but in the matchup, we were both aggressive. That's an understatement. But I gotta say, Kazunoko being able to work in a mirror match and have like particulars is super crazy. Using stand like against the dive kick, I think it's gonna stay in my mind for a long time. He said it was all a matter of not hesitating on attacking. I like that. Not, pulling back when need be, not second-guessing yourself when getting aggressive. I think that's kind of the nature of Street Fighter 6 also, mini matchups, so I like that. That was the name of the game between the two in terms of like their stylistic differences. Who's going to be more the aggressor? We had 3 guys changing characters, so I was worried.
2人がその乗り越えてね、本当ここまで成長してくれたっていうのが本当僕は嬉しかったですね。
コーチングしましたみたいな。彼はこうやったら伸びる。
That is true, right? Their whole team has, actually, yeah, their entire composition has players that have changed up from season 1 to season 2, right? Like Kazunoko had tried out Jamie for a while. Bonchan was a Luke player. Shuto was the Marisa player. And then Dogura was playing, I forgot who he was playing, but he was playing like DJ, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Wow, I can't even remember. Not Simon Bison, like my brain just blanks on that. It's crazy. Yeah, what was he playing? Maybe it was DJ. Either way, yeah, it was DJ because Jin was studying him a lot. It was DJ. Yeah, good point. But yeah, it makes sense. People changing characters, especially mid-season, is kind of difficult. But to see Crazy Raccoon stay solid, especially for like someone like Bonchan who had not been finding success with this character, having to get that stand like so can enact that good ground game that we know him for, and of course backed up by the great fireballs that Akuma has, was a big bet, but it worked out. Same with Shuto, as you mentioned, being able to switch over to his character, have a different style too as well. You may fight a grounded Akuma with Bonchan, but what happens if you have to fight the Demon Raid specialist that is Shuto? So I like them also having the variance with the character, even though they have the same character, having some variance on it too as well. We're getting Bonchan's words. I was sure that we had a good order this episode. We were able to win. Really strong team they had to fight. And then reference to Yogibo reject.
Yeah, Bonchan sitting it out was actually rather wild. I didn't expect to see him like sit out in the very final episode, to be honest with you, because of the way he's been playing, and also like his Akuma's been super sharp even towards the end. But I'm glad that it worked out the way that it did. I know like it was a little, in my opinion, I thought it was gonna be like rather questionable seeing like the halfway point of whether or not Crazy Raccoon would have made it through, but I loved the ending of it all, to be honest with you. I'm glad that they pulled out at least like the second place finish.
Definitely well deserved again. That climb is difficult at Street Fighter League Japan, but seeing these players get a handle not only like the player or the characters that they're playing, but the strategies too as well. Where to place who has been very imperative, and them understanding that team-based synergy, the next level. And Bonchan mentions some of this at the very least. He says, I wasn't able to win in the beginning of the season, but I was happy to be able to win in an anchor game. I thought I was able to get back the trust from the team. Kazunoko was always telling me to change to Ed or Ryu. I'm so glad he did. You have a character with a walk speed. You've got the privilege 4-meter kick that's like a stand meter kick with other characters, something that he played before. You have the variants also of like the Demon Raid. I feel like that's like a perfect character for Bonchan. So I'm glad he didn't switch over to Ryu or Ed.
Yeah. I think Ryu would kind of like fit his speed, but Akuma way more so, in my opinion. And I'm glad that he stuck to it. I don't know if Ed would have been like the type of character, type of style that Bonchan is known for. I feel like he's way more of like an adaptive type of player, like a reactionary type of player. But he also sets the precedence a lot with the fireball. So I could see like one aspect of Ed really working out for him, but it had to be a Shoto. His fireball game is just way too strong to not play a Shoto.
100%. Akuma having such a good fireball, having the best fireball game I think in the business, like match made in heaven. And he also mentions it. He's like, I'm glad I got so strong that I have to be sad about the character change. And we saw him go through some trials and tribulations. We see him stream right after. We see it grinded out with that character. And Akuma does take a lot of work. I know we see a lot of Akuma over in the land Japan and in Asia in general, but that character takes a lot of work at high level to be able to figure out your style, how to implement it, and be picture perfect and not get blown up into combos. So same with Shuto and how he's able to adapt with his form of Akuma as well. Shuto says, I got a chance to play against Torimeshi in a long span, so I was confident in playing Dulcim, but it was so much pressure playing for Crazy Raccoon. So he actually played Torimeshi previously and had a little bit of a read on how to play against Torimeshi Sim. I wonder what happened if he didn't get to play Torimeshi and be able to experience such a flighty technical sim.
And I really love the damage output that Torimeshi laid out on Shuto, and recognizes the situations where he can get away with like drive impacting and setting himself up for that success into the level 2. That was actually so well played, but his excuse me, choked on my spit there. His overall decision making when it comes to like the floats and stopping some of the air raid approaches, the demon raid approaches, were so on point. I really enjoyed seeing the way that Dhalsim can kind of sneak around some of the big options that a lot of other characters have problems with against Akuma specifically.
And of course, Dogura's words didn't really have the best strategy against Tokido. I mean, it's kind of hard to have a strategy against Tokido because he's already having a strategy for you. Like, he's already trying to dissect you, get the data on you before, after the match. Like, we talked about the Batman of the FGC being Daigo, but I also think Tokido is up there too by the way that he plays. We've seen it also in Street Fighter 5. Like, he do like jabs to see what you're doing with Luke, like crouch jab, stand jab, and things like that. Wouldn't really go for like fat combos and conversions until he got you up in the corner, and then he'd break you down. We see it similar with this Ken out here. But Dogura says, I want to get revenge on Tokido, but I couldn't get it. But I was able to win against Lashar, and I got some confidence playing against him. Dogura with some confidence is a dangerous cat. That might be a sign of things to come in the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what his trading regimen is going to be like, so I'm going to be paying very close attention. Again, listen guys, if you guys haven't had the chance, be sure to follow along like all these cats, because they show you everything that they go through. Albeit it'll be like a 4 to 5 hour stream, but you get some really solid tidbits of like what their mindset is like going into some of the matches. And don't feel shy when it comes to like asking a question in English, because Dogura specifically would be more than reciprocative to respond in English as well. So he knows, like, he knows that he gets a handful of players, handful of fans too that speak English, and he knows how to like explain things really well to let you know what he's trying to do most of the time. So Bonchan also in that same regard, I always pop in to say what's up to Bonchan. Kazunoko doesn't recognize me, and it's fine. Shuto, he also can't speak English as well. Kazunoko's just like, and then just moves on. But yeah, again, these guys have a lot that goes on with the streams and show off a lot of their prowess and like a lot of their progression too.
Careful with Shuto though, he will troll you. Once he gets to know you, he will troll you. I'm like, what's this matchup? He's like, oh yeah, Akuma loses. I'm like, all right, bro, like relax. But yeah, you definitely check out their streams, ask them questions, what their thoughts are. It's good to get that information from people from around the world. Lashar too as well. I wish he would stream, but I like to message him every so often and get his thoughts on some matchups. A little bit more, I guess, overconfident in Ed in a good way. I mean that like a good way. Like he believes like the Cammy matchup, good for Ed. Honestly, the way that he plays, maybe he's right. He did a fantastic job this season. He's been the golden finger leading the charge out for Yogibo Reject. I think they're going to be fantastic either way, but he has really put them over the edge, being in the anchor position continuously with his great Ed and developing that character inside and outside of Street Fighter League. We have seen him absolutely shine, and I like watching him play. I like watching what he does in terms of also getting confidence. We've seen him a little bit more confident in some of his exchanges, like taking his turns a little bit more often and kind of stealing turns, I guess I should say. I like seeing him evolve a little bit more greasy, grimy stuff, because he's always been known to be like very clean. He's starting to implement just a little bit more grease and grime, maybe influence from other Ed players. The way Lashar will get his interview real soon. I was worried that we weren't going to be winning any games before the season, so I'm happy that we were able to thrive in this division. Damn, you had a stat team and y'all were still worried, but again, that's Street Fighter League. That's the players out here. It makes sense. I get it. No overconfidence.
He should be feeling overconfident. My man is leading in points right now in regards to like points earned. He has 140 points to his name. Now, it doesn't necessarily secure it because we still have Hiroshima Team Ikusa. Guess who's following behind him in points thus far in Division F? Just take a wild guess for Hiroshima Team Ikusa.
Gotta be Hikaru.
It 100% is. 110 points to Hikaru's name, right? There is a moment, there is a potential moment where he could, like, no, actually, no, there's no way for him to score more than 20. So yeah, Lashar is number one right now. So him saying that is actually kind of wild. He has been like the point earner. I think he's tied with Tokido in total wins, but Lashar has stepped up to the anchor spot way more in comparison to the rest of the team.
I mean, he's such a kind soul. Like, even though no one tries to break him and get him to be like him, tell him to lock it on, stuff like that, he is very humble. I message him every so often. I'm like, hey man, good job. He's like, yeah, it's thanks to my team. I'm like, bro, you won for your team. Like, what do you mean? But I mean, I like his mindset. I like how he approaches the game too as well. Torimeshi written his words as well. I had some regrets in this game, and I wasn't able to show up on games since the other teams in the division were really difficult for Dhalsim. We mentioned this. On the home side, he is a great pick, and I think you're right. There's some matchups where I think Sim could do well with some of these meta characters, but on the away side, he can't be a liability. But I overall think it's still a good thing to have him on the team. If he's not playing a lot, Sim can take care of some of these like Eds, especially when the playoffs happen and there are Eds in there. If there are Eds in there, just in general, overall, I think that's going to be a very pivotal thing for the side of Yogibo Reject, just to have him on this squad. So even if he didn't get to play a lot, you still should know that he is a very integral part of the team overall.
Without a doubt, I don't even think it would have been anywhere near the same type of results if Lashar hadn't been able to step up to the plate in the anchor positions that he had. But I think it's like a fully fledged type of operation. Like, we've seen Akira kind of sit out for a good amount of the first half, and then as soon as he stepped into the building, walked up to the plate and started to swing, you started to see a lot more reliance on him in those certain positions, so at least net 10 points. So I love like the total team synergy and the trust that we've had developed from Yogibo Reject overall, right? And even Tokido started to shape up. It's funny, the conversation came up between like Angry Bird and Tokido. We talked about like the consistency levels that Tokido has. I feel like that consistency level hasn't really shown up until like the second half of Season 2, right? He's been in such a shaky position, even in like World Warriors, that it's been hard to really classify him as better. Even to this point, I can't confidently say that Tokido is better than Angry Bird, right? One of the prime examples when it comes to like consistency still not leading to the success of qualifying into Capcom Cup is Dual Kevin, right? So it's like, how do you really kind of like justify that statement saying that Tokido can technically be better than Angry Bird just based off of him being in Capcom Cup? I'm not saying that that's what chat said, but I'm just saying like people can think that way, and it's kind of interesting that it like has taken that turn, because Tokido again has only really been showing out, I feel like, these last couple of months.
I agree. I think it's only been recent. It's that style that requires you to kind of gain that data. I think that's something he's just been recently developing, or at least to a point where it's effective throughout the entirety of a bracket, especially in the first of 2 and the first of 3, but able to be more consistent in overall. Not about a character, but just about how he's been able to break down players with the quickness. So Akira, had mentioned that Lashar was kind of talking to every episode that he wanted to win, and is relieved that he was able to proceed. It's great that Lashar comes up and was like, hey man, let's do this, we're a team. He's a new kid, and he's giving that energy over to the team captain. Fantastic stuff. Tokido says, I was really confident. I'm facing Dogura, but I don't have much to say. that I won't have much to lose next time. They won't have to lose next time. We gotta see a different sort of anti-Tokido strategy, Dogura. We'll have to see if it's a different one. Honestly, Tokido though, he's just hard to crack. He's just the type again that he gets you into the corner and he just dissects you from there. He makes it so you can't even press or play the game at all, or press a button, nothing at all. Tokido also says, we want to thank the fans, the teams, the production for a fantastic league. As a team, it's rare to see over 300 points in total. We have total confidence in individual prize as well. We hope to win the playoffs.
Yeah, they've scored a lot of individual awards, in my opinion, right? I think alone, Lashar has probably right now the most wins. I think, at least like the best record for wins. Lashar has the most points, I think, in total for division, like in comparison to Division S and Division F. Tokido has the most number of drive impacts successfully landed. I'd imagine. So when you think about like MVP status, what attributes come to your mind when it comes to MVP?
It's got to be somebody that's really showing out for their team, but also as a player, I want to see them grow and evolve. They don't have to be picture perfect, but they have to be a dominant force where everybody else fears them throughout the entirety of the league. And if we're saying that, it's Lashar. Like in my opinion, it's Lashar. It's even outside the league, people are like, this guy right here. Honestly, some of the most incredible moments in Street Fighter League. Not all of them, but some of the most have been him. It's Lashar.
Yeah. So it's like best award for best win rate, point getter award, rookie of the year. Dude, he can even win rookie of the year, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's got to be a toss-up between like Lashar and Hikaru, but if it's based off of like the current statistics, it has to be Lashar, right? So that's kind of wild. I think in totality, I think Yogibo Reject will be taking a bunch of the individual awards because season MVP, rookie of the year, point getter, award for best win rate, and drive impact. These cats are walking away with almost all of them, in my opinion.
They done farm the award system. That is great. Yo, Sean. And the rest of the team don't give a very dominant. But you know, that being said, them getting these awards and being 300 points in totality as they end the season regulation play, at least they're not infallible. Them losing today shows that they can lose in the playoffs. So that all being said, it's good to see that things are still in contention. It's good to see that we have these cool controllers, because every time I see these, I'm like, what could I use these back buttons for when I play Monster Hunter Wilds in a couple of months? What would I use?
Bro, that's true.
I can't wait,
yeah,
bro.
so
I can't wait.
Everybody's been saying like controller has been the way to go to play Monster Hunter. I'm over here being like a weirdo trying to make it work on like mouse and keyboard. Like my mouse has a bunch of different buttons on it, but when I actually play the demo, I'm like, I am struggling. I am mad dumb. So I think having a controller like this would be mad optimal too. And you have like the different choices of like the D-pad. I think that's really important too. I love the current D-pad structure that Hamiko has in his right hand. I love being able to kind of like slide across for the D-pad instead of actually pressing like the individual like cardinal directions more so than anything, right? But yo, triple joystick actually might be the wave. Who knows? That actually might be some insane play. But I am enjoying the amount of sponsorships that we have been getting for Street Fighter League Japan, providing the most. Yo, the bottom right layout looks mad clean. The black with the gold trim and the red finish in the middle, I actually am a fan of that. Yo, hook me up.
We go to Japan, brother. The amount of money about to be spent is going to be generational. My bank account screaming in pain.
Generational.
Just give it.
That's a statement. That's for sure. Like that is truly like the most accurate way to put it. Like the amount of money that's being spent in Japan is going to be generational for sure.
I mean, insane. Especially with all the games that are coming out that will be compatible with this. And if you want to, you know, y'all can use it with fighting games. For me, though, I'm going to be using it on all the other Capcom games that are coming out. But, hey, I'm about that lever display. I'm also about this artwork. And what if you can get this as, like, something for your arcade stick? I'd like to see it if there's, like, a way to put that on the arcade stick, or maybe somebody could just make that in general if they just find the PDF or whatever you would want to use, I guess. But either way, the campaign, we don't have that over here in land of the US, land of Japan. If you're over there, hey, enter, join up. That is some amazing artwork. You always have the best of the lanyard too. I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
ぜひモフのかけべがしたことをチェックして
I happen to have the Street Fighter League lanyard, and I definitely use that for my current keys right now. But what's also really cool is the artwork that's been showing out, specifically the official artwork for Street Fighter League Pro Japan. You can see it before your very eyes. A lot of the little tidbits. Did you know that Aki was not invited to the party, but she's still watching? You could see in the window, Aki is hanging upside down on the left, tuning in. My girl was not invited.
They did not give her an invitation at all. Just standing
No,
out in the
she's
cold in the
kinda-
rain.
Oh, the mouse pad! Shut up! Everybody keep it down back
It's
there.
huge.
We need to get this. Everybody keep it down back there. Somebody needs to get this to the US ASAP. Import this bad boy to me. I need this. I do not care how much money I need to spend for it. I want this. 1,000, 1,000,000%. That is sick. I need to replace my current one with that exact mat. That is crazy. That is actually crazy.
Production. Can we get a link? Can we get
Yes.
something, please? That is sick. I'm so jealous every time. These beautiful
I hate it here.
artwork, the
I hate it
collaborations.
here.
I'm hurt. I'm
Damn
hurt.
it.
But it's great to see again the collaborations come through. Big appreciation for all of us who've been showing up for Street Fighter. We got one more match. It's the marquee match that determines the last person at the playoffs. Verel, Hiroshima Team Itsuka is our final match of the day. People, after this break, we're going to end everything. We'll see you soon.
最後の枠をかけたラストの決定戦に挑んでいくバレル、そして広島チームイクサの模様をお届けしていきます。再開は約10分後の21時46分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Yeah, come on, everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot, hope you don't miss. I ain't never scared, never quitting is the motto. Yeah, come on, everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot, hope you don't miss. Among us. Take it much farther. Fast with the hands, eat Honda. Defend my legacy with strength and honor. I'm the greatest ever. It's a showdown. This is my arena.
この1週間得たのことだけを考えて生きてきましたまあ先鋒戦勝って勢いつけて今日40点取りたいと思います頑張ります、応援よろしく
いける
当てるよ。
絶対勝つしいけます。
頑張るよ
ナイス
お願いします
はい、ナイスお願い。
相手のガードを崩した。
これは
ノーゲージ
終わってる。
なんならリーサ
あ、いえ。
これで SS ライトニングビスト発動になりました。ゲージ状況もシャートバスを持っている人形起動している。うわ昇竜拳を警戒させた。
ちょっとボケします。
あ、いいよ。
上強気の。
あ、いえ。
やっぱラストなんだよな。
もうすぐ溜まる。
もうすぐ。うっと
あ、いいね。
クラスヘイ
いいね。
あ、いい、美味しい。
いっちゃいます。
いいよ。
いいね。全然いいよ。
困ってる困ってる。
おお、そして帰ってる。
行くんじゃない？
行くと思い
行
ます。
ってほしい。行ってほしい。よしよしよしよし。ナイス。行ってほしいです。
いけいけいけ。
これはもう。
9戦いけ。よ
ゆけー。
っしゃー、ナイス。
ナイス。かなり良かった。
いや、いい内容だった。
オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。
幸先いいね。やっぱ先方取れたのでかいよこれ。アウェイで。
そうですね。ようやく実現しました。ぶっ倒します。
わかりました。頑張ってください。
倒せ。
勝っちゃっていいんですかこれ？サービスゲームだと思ってやります。
そうですね。にもかなりもうリーサル見えてますね。これ
うますぎ。
たまるかたまらないか。お、たまりそう。いやー、
いいコンボ。いいよ。
はい、通ってるよ。
はい。
ただこれはギリギリドット。
おいしいおいしいおいしいおいしい。ナイスナイスナイス。
すごい。
心理戦でもう優位に立ってる。
いけるっす。
あ、いける。
これはいけるっす。
してますね。うわ、これジャスパーをマギルさて。
うまい。マジかよ。この試合も勝つの？
すげえんだけど。すげえんだけど。
落ち着いてますね。
うますぎ。
いや、すごいわ。
まあいい。大丈夫よ。
ジャスパリどうだ。G のチラシはね、エライ判定が残らないのでね。
ナイスナイスナイス。いい飛び。
そして投げる。
完璧です。オッケ
ー。
任しとけよ。
やばいな、すごい。
オッケーオッケーオッケー。
マジですごいな。
やばいな。
すげえ。
孫さん、ごちそうさまです。
いや、よかった。
すいません。
つないだ。
本当に圧巻の試合でした。孫選手いかがでしたか。
天上天下、優位が独尊。やりました。
It's the final match, and the match that will determine our final team at the playoffs from Division F. Verel, Hiroshima Team Itsuka is about to begin. It's the marquee match for that very reason. I'm Seiko. I'm doing Vicious. We have the point spread out here, but things may change. Itsuka sitting pretty at 30 right now, or third right now, I should say. Verel could overtake them. What do you think could happen, Vicious? What do you think might happen, I should say? Yeah.
Dude, Mago's been on a tear, man. Like, I think the way he's been playing over even at the Legendist event, him consistently streaming too, I think he's going to be the biggest threat, and it makes sense if they end up putting him in the anchor positioning as the away squad. He's been doing so these last couple of weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Mago from last week, taking out the big W. Even from the week beforehand, he's been on a roll, like week after week after week. I think up until week 8 and week 9. So we'll see if he gets the trifecta, because he's going to need it today as we get into it. Speaking of which, VARREL being the away side team, let's get our introductions in. Daikoku, the unyielding rebel, with the ever-impressive evolution of Guile, and his playstyle has been mad fun to watch. On top of the hero of Sunrise with Moke, who's been proving his worth time and time again. He's coming in with that same exact demeanor as a smile on his face. He's looking to get some points, baby. And the Prince of the Rapids following suit, Mizuha, with the speed of Kami to ensure that they make it all the way through. The 2D god, Mago. Perfect name for the perfect player, I gotta say, man. Mago has been really impressing us all. You know, we talked about the consistency. We talked about like the September Mago. I feel like he's really coming to his own as a jury main to figure out what needs to be done to succeed all year round.
Yes, sir. But the dark horse, maybe not so dark if you've been keeping up with these players and the team composition coming into Street Fighter League, making a big name and a big splash for themselves, is Hiroshima Team Itsuka. This team is stacked full of great players, great characters, and a great composition. Let's see what this lineup is. The last time before the playoffs, it is the Heavenly Wind, always getting with that Lily. It's Hibiki, the Beast. After that, of course, we have the Neon Genesis. Getting the mech, Hikaru! Been one of the most dominant players in the league thus far. The fighting spirit never dimming, never dying. It's Jazzy coming through with the Akuma, going crazy with the Goki, and maybe the Luke if need be, but mostly on that character. Last but not least, leading the charge, the Magician, Aqua, with a mixture of the JP, but more importantly, the Blanca. This team, once again, when people like saw them, if you were tapped in to Street Fighter 6, you were like, they could possibly do it at the playoffs at the very least, and we're seeing it possibly happen out here. Depends on what happens in this match against Verel. Whoever wins this match, that's right, you know the points. Whoever wins this match moves on the finale.
That is correct. Whether it be straight up 40-0, 30-10, 25-20. Whoever wins is going to be taking it all the way, right? Even if Verel happens to go down way of tiebreaker 25-20, that still puts him at the 5-point lead over. Actually, let me do that math again. So if Hiroshima Team Itsuka happens to score 20, they're at 210. If Verel scores 25, they're also at 210, but with the head-to-head in totality, looking at week number 5, Verel versus Hiroshima Team Itsuka, Verel had won in their last head-to-head in week number 5. So, right? So whoever wins right now is truly going to be the ones to qualify because of the fact that the head-to-head is truly in favor of Team Verel.
No better way to end before we get to the playoffs. This is it. And we start off with Aqua, Mizuha in the second position. As you mentioned, Mago in the anchor. Oh, okay. Blanca play coming through from the side of Aqua. I'm surprised we don't see JP, but maybe his JP isn't up there just yet, or at least isn't unrusted enough to be able to take on someone like Moke. Now, Moke had said with his conjunction stream with Goichi, they were going through like the list of characters and seeing like what's disadvantage, what's advantage for Chun-Li. He said this match is about even, so we'll see how it operates right now.
チームに流れを持っていけるかどうかという重要な役割を担います。
That's kind of tough, man. Like I don't know, man. One of the big things that I feel like Blanka gets away with is shutting down characters with fireballs, right? Like the slide is such a problem. The mixes are so terrifying as well. Also, upon knockdown, I'm looking at like the kind of reversals that Chun-Li does have. OD Tencho kicks can be a little bit of a get-off-me move.
True.
But I also think that Tencho kicks in this matchup specifically are way more consistent in comparison to the rest of the roster because of Blanka's unique jump arc. A lot of people kind of dismiss that minute detail of how consistent Tencho kicks can be if the character has a triangle type of jump. Although Blanka falls a little bit fast, it's like a little bit of a short but sharp angle, so you get that Tencho kick pretty consistently across the board in comparison to something like a standard jump like a Shoto or whatever if they go in at sharp angles. But we'll see if that ever even like comes into play. But I also like the big counter poke buttons that Blanka does have in this matchup to kind of contest against like the handshake too. Crouching medium punch is a monster. I'm gonna be real honest. Blanka's crouching medium punch, I hate that normal. I've hated that normal since the dawn of time. That thing is mad active and so far.
But they nerfed it though, Vicious, but they nerfed it. It's still good. The reward is still good. The button is still good. God forbid you don't have to just swing out with it all the damn time and have to think with it. But as you mentioned, that button is still fantastic. His other buttons too as well, I think are really good. As you also mentioned, the slide is also really good too. You have to only use the heavy punch fireball from the Chun-Li players. When I've talked to, they're like, it's all we can go for, because otherwise it's just gonna slide on in against like the light and the medium. So you only really get that fireball. However, the anti-air approach, as you mentioned, could be good for Chun-Li on her side of things. You have the Tencho kick, you have the heavy kick too as well. But in the reverse, you can't really jump that much as Chun-Li. Her floaty jump allows for an easy anti-air with back media kick at minimum from Blanka, or heavy kick at maximum or an up ball. So it just depends on how the ground game is going to go, I do believe. Moke says it's a very important game, so I'll give it my all. Also, happy birthday to Moke. It was just yesterday, I believe. I don't know if it's still at that point, because I don't know time right now. I have no idea. But hey, happy birthday to you, brother.
I feel like it's been his birthday a while ago. I don't know. I feel like this is deja vu, man. This is wild. I don't. I'll believe it. I'll definitely believe it. Hey, happy birthday. So, really important matters here. Again, if Verel can start things off very strong and improves their odds, right? Even going down to the tiebreaker scenario, they need as many points as possible. They don't want to keep it to just 3 matches.
True. Aqua, I like what he said here. It's like a manga. We're lucky to be able to stand here and try to go for the playoffs. I'll start off with a good win. As you mentioned, as many points as possible is going to be imperative. Just like my animes.
just like my Japanese animes, man. Otacon kind of goated for that one.
For real.
Funny enough, yeah, I totally forgot that they actually made a full-on like Daigo the Beast manga with everybody in it. Like Daigo obviously is the main headliner, but like Momochi's in there, Justin Wong's in there as well. It's pretty good. All right, so already fully unleashed Aqua, off to a great start.
For the throw, try to jump back, his back medium kick, catches him on the way down to as well. Tries to crouch medium kick, but a little too shallow. Tricity not hitting. Plus frame does not convert into anything off that jab though. Still, we've seen Moke be able to apply a lot of pressure up in the corner, backs up the Tencho, kicks the hit. He walks in with a tip throw. Utilize the OD fireball if he wants to. The normal fireball will also lock down the character. It's the perfect range to play at.
Oh, damn, he's swinging! This is what it feels like to be 29, the fountain of youth.
Yeah.
The explosion of youth is what it is, right? It's a Naruto chapter all over again. Moke taking it right back to Aqua, despite the shaky startup against them.
Yeah, some of the best quarter punches in the business. Like, we haven't even seen the fireballs be utilized, like the space traps, the OD fireball too as well, to really lock him down. Just great uses in normals, the spacing, the backup, just a little bit to find the anti-airs if need be. Can't even counter poke this cat. With you get hit. Overhead. The overhead orator, that is Moke. Dump out the level 3, sit this man down with the Soten to get the end.
Brother. That is so tricky. I, for one, complain about Blanka's crouching medium punch a lot. We didn't get to see it. But another thing I complain about, Serenity Streams. That thing is mad tricky. I think she's just crouching down, then the overhead comes out of nowhere. And there's hella time. That character just winds up, like does an entire dance in front of you, and then lets the overhead rip. It's like, man, I feel like a fool. That's 23 long frames, man.
Even the best, though, as we see. We see full better, too. I'm with you.
Oh. Tensho gets destroyed. Yeah, Aqua off to a great start, getting the burnout already. Moke tried to jump out of harm's way just to get himself out of the corner, but instead finds him with Blanca and Blanca-chan.
Just the two of us. One more hit, that's gonna be it. I like that he went for the drive impact before the bar even became a problem at the bottom, and Aqua's gonna kill regardless either way. Gets that round back. Stroke the defense. Moke, he's got good offense, but the defense has always been a problematic thing for him.
Great block. A little bit awkward there from Aqua. That was that jump roundhouse. I'd imagine that had to be like an up ball because that's typically what we would have kind of expected. Oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe he was anticipating the forward roundhouse all along. Aqua, I see you.
Go against the impact. I like that. Drive rush, overhead, but this will be whole parry. Go right after the punish counter. Drive gauge not looking so good. Health deleted and depleted. No bar at the bottom necessary. Who says this character don't do damage? If she's got some green, she spins that cash immediately and gets the damage done. And there's the fireball trade. Not too big of a conversion. Okay, on set point.
Man, if you were to say lean green, mean machine, you would have think Blanca, but no, it's everybody with drive rush is what it is. As soon as she went green, as soon as Chun-Li went green, it was actually terrifying. But sitting a little bit dry, a little bit orange there on the drive gauge. Moke has to cut back just a little bit or else he'll find himself at burnout. But Aqua actually sacrificed his own drive gauge to ensure the pressure coming in from the Lightning Beast. But it was alleviated a little bit earlier on. Damn, what call out against the Hazanchu just robbed Blanca ball? That was crazy.
Side switch outside the corner. He's almost back with bar. That's kind of the Fenrich special. Put yourself in burnout. Get the bar back with the level 2. It's the lead. But again, Moke for the corner has been an absolute threat. Back to mid-screen reversal, jab, counter hit, gets a pickup. Doesn't spin the bar just yet. Let's go for the jump heavy kick.
Beautiful.
ODDP, the bust out the trade.
Yeah, OD up ball was such a good choice there too. And I like that drive impact from Aqua. It's so smart too, because you're looking at it too. You block out the stomp, or you parry the stomp, and even if they decide to go like either upward or land and pursue with a normal afterwards, you're still maintaining your charge because you held that parry down. So a really great adaptation to the corner pressure from Aqua.
Uh-oh, big bait on the ODDP. You see bait up in the corner. Does get the Tensho kick on the other side of things. Back throw, no, it's just lights. Fireball follow up right after.
Great confirm on the crossover to Aqua. Still getting blown up. That was an instant overhead, or sorry, not overhead, excuse me, instant stomp. That's no longer an overhead.
Bam. Okay, one more hit. Level 1. When he gets aggressive, this is the way that he wants to play. This is how I win. Gonna have the drive gauge behind it, of course, but he's always had something in his pocket, at least to finish a job or to get there. Set point again.
Of course, covering the skies. Plenty of time to recognize it. It's the forward throw. The immediate tech from Aqua. Out of there. Into the jump back. Let the Lightning Beast out.
Delay crouching medium kick actually opens them up. Love to see it. Now the block of channel land, back medium kick. Electricity is still there. No anti-air, no heavy kick, even back medium kick. That's not real. They knew.
Ooh, and again, taking it out with the drive impact. I like that.
Final game, final round. This one with a lot of bar, which is good for Chun-Li. Spin that level 2 to get that corner carry and the safe jump set or mix. It'll be happening though. Aqua trying to build his level 2. OD, there we go. Activation in the corner situation. It's our defense, like we hold parry. We block it out. What attack does not connect. The Storm, level 2 off the menu right now here for Aqua.
Oh, the big! You saw time to dash up and roundhouse as the punish counter. That was sick. Aqua's got 3 bars to his name. Well, you gotta hold that. Here's your birthday present. Oh, no way! You greeted? That was crazy. Aqua went for the throw. Oh, and it's enough. Aqua getting himself the big W into whatever normal that was into Lightning. That was actually kind of crazy. Like, the objective was obviously trying to get like the chip out, but fortunately enough for Aqua, it happened to land.
You see his elation too. He's like, I'll take that. I will take that to the bank because Moke was piecing him up in the corner continuously. You know, Moke's got the lead momentum. It's usually in his hands, but when it's not there, it's not happening at all in terms of like a W. So like, look at that. Like, the corner pressure was great. He had actually locked down Aqua quite a bit, was reading all the defensive habits and decisions. But what happens when the verse happens? You know what I'm saying? Like, you saw him do like the hop back to avoid the ODDP, aiming for the drive gauge right there, had him at that sliver of health, and this was super sick. Playing around the reactions and attacks the drive gauge puts Moke in burnout, and that's why we see the chip out scenario, or at least the hit scenario. Supposed to be a chip, but still got the hit. Either way, 10 points. Team Itsuka starts off strong.
Not necessarily the way you want to start things off as Verel, right? No longer, I think. Well, not no longer. I shouldn't say that. So if Hiroshima Team Ikuza manages to secure another 20 points, there's still a pretty solid chance that the tiebreaker can benefit them, right? They could still have that extra chance. But obviously, you want to secure it with Mizuha and Mago. You want to minimize the amount of games that need to be played. So we'll see. We'll see. Either way you spin it, I think it's more so in line with VARREL than it is Hiroshima Team Ikuza to play out more games. So we'll see it right now. Hiroshima Team Ikuza, who do you send up? I'd imagine it has to be, I want to say Hibiki versus Kami.
Actually, yeah. We had this conversation previously where Akira had said there's like 4 characters that Kami does not do well against, and Lily was one of them. Being able to answer a sharp angle against that character definitely helps out. Being able to kind of delete the aerial game a lot more than other characters with the crouch fierce, similar how Blanca can do so with his heavy kick. It makes sense to see Hibiki here, and then probably I would have to assume Hikaru goes up last. The clutch master, both Mago and Hikaru have been practicing for each other's characters on CFN. I would imagine that's how we end things off, but we'll see. Overextending a little bit. Right now, it's Hibiki.
I think that's a fair assessment. I would genuinely think the exact same thing. I would love to see like Hikaru against Mago, although we didn't get to see Mago play against this team specifically. So him being in the anchor spot is going to be new territory for Hiroshima Team Ikuza, because the last sequence that we've seen from VARREL was Mizuha, Daikoku, and Moke.
Yeah. Mizuha last time beat Jazzy, then Daikoku had that amazing match with Hibiki. But then Hikaru had beat Moke in the close anchor match, and then it led to that 1-to-1, aka first to death, where Moke took his revenge. So this is different. But I do want to see how Hikaru does against Moke in the end. But right now, again, Hibiki. I keep overextending because I want to see the end. But Hibiki on the Lily. See what he does against like Mizuha. I think he trapped down one of the most aggressive, almost. I wouldn't even. People think it's random, but it's calculated in terms of like the aggression. There's risk, but it's calculated risk. I feel when we see from Mizuha when he goes for like Spower Arrow, like raw the neutral, or if he uses it as like an anti-air approach, or if he does things where he takes back his turn with like an ODDP. There are moments where he's reading the opponent what they want to do, and he will do it because he's like, I know that you don't think I'm going to do this because it might be bad for me, but that's why it works.
I can agree with that. I don't think, Mizuha is really inclined to take those big risks, but when it does, it usually pays off for him. But I think he's going to be playing it a little bit more sturdy, right? He's going to be primarily closing in on the space where Hibiki is going to be comfortable throwing out like either fierces. Crouching heavy punch is also going to be such a problematic normal to get around in neutral. But Kami also has some pretty decent sauce in neutral. Like roundhouse, the turnstile button is is such a problem, man. And also crouching medium punch within counter poke ranges is a little bit problematic for like the entirety of the cast. And I think that would be also exceptionally well going up against Lily, against the pokes that she has. But let's not forget, dive kicks will be a threat no matter what.
If you have a good button against them, there's still gonna be something that you have to worry about. Still gonna be something that could bless you. Oh yeah, punish counter, spiral arrow right after. One thing that Lily lacks is the ability to be defensive. Perfect parry in between the string after a drop dive kick. He's able to route the ship, gets a crouch fierce, hella meaty, DP ender. Now she's getting dumped out, a throw right after. Uh-oh.
I understand the
Too
vision.
risky right there. Yeah.
I don't know what the heck that was, but you know, I'm not the Lily Pro. I couldn't tell you what the setup could have been afterwards, genuinely. I couldn't tell you if he was trying to do like maybe Condor dive afterwards, but a little bit rough from the side of Hibiki. Maybe the nerves are setting in.
Thought routing on this. Qualification. More points as possible. Counter hit up in the corner. Not kick again. Kick, I'm sorry. Crouch fierce from the side. Mizuwa finds it. Opening point. That wild horn can be deleted. There's a DP. Sharp angle to deal with the dive kicks.
Oh. Yeah, one of the big problems being the command grab character that Lily is, trying to keep Mizuha sitting still is probably going to be the biggest problem. And now multiple throws just coming on in. Hibiki had to fight for his life. He's still stuck in this corner, and you tried to grab nothing. Hibiki just drowning out in the corner as the Prince of the Rapids just brushes on in there, wave after wave of normals and throws, actually. So pretty rough.
Very rough. Get on defense, Hibiki. Lily, it's unfortunate for them. You only have the super 2 in your name. That crouch fierce also could be dangerous and could be a dive kick. Or crouching Muta kick is a little bit more punishable this season. Even that 4 fierce, the wild horn, could be dealt with depending on if Mizuha can get in that right distance. That crouching Muta punch, as you mentioned, could be the tool or dive kick. There's a crouching Muta kick, though, on the counter hit and the throw right after. The Oki. Think about Cammy, so many chances to continuously get that Oki off. Oh no! Back throw instead. DP, back up for it. Yes, sir.
I like that. Dump out the damage now. What do you do afterwards? Dash up. Still covers the jump. Command grab incoming. You know it. That's the perfect time to set up the command grab as well. Immediately after Mizuha lands. That was well calculated from Hibiki.
Off the tick. Big in the yellow. That will kill. Hibiki. So to find those reads properly, as the grappler should.
Oh.
Damn,
that's so far.
For the pokes. That really is.
I hate that.
It's not personal. I'm with you, though.
It is. Oof.
Back that swing for that crouching medium kick. Don't get hit. Roll spiral arrow. We done talked about that, but again, risk assessment. Backs up. Waits for him to come down on the ground. Gets the punish counter combo. Drive reversal to back it up a bit. In burnout, but still has some options for super. Crouch fierce is the anti-air choice. Try to tap parry, throws the other bubbles coming through. No.
I understand the intention behind it, but Lily was in burnout. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? She was in burnout. Like, that spiral arrow, I think, was pretty spaced out. Like, I think that could have been maybe a little bit negative. So I understand, like, why he would go for the tap parry from the side of Mizuha. But having +4 on a blocked, like, special is pretty generous. Like, even if you space out your spiral arrow in that way, I think if you still had maybe an opportunity to throw in a light.
Yeah, get aggressive. Get a drive gauge behind it too as well. So if you would had that hit with that extension right after. And again, Lily on the back foot is not where she wants to be. Doesn't have good defense. Has to use the bar at the bottom. Okay, maybe the risk assessment isn't always perfect for Mizuha, but I think the shakiness is starting to come through on both sides now. Mizuha making some very weird decisions, not really working out all the time. So, speaking of like some of the interview that we didn't really get to, Hibiki said the last time was a bad loss. We winning this time, we'll go off to the playoffs. And Mizuha had said, it's a game changer for the playoff spot. I trained so much, I didn't have time to cut my hair. I couldn't even go to the barber. He said, I've been in the mountains training so much, I have time to get a cut, get a lineup. I'd be like that. He said, this is serious. We'll get it after us a celebration, I bet. That's why. Yeah.
Totally understandable. When you don't have time to cut your hair to get ready for an event, it's you know, I understand that. It's really tough to find that time. I get it, man. Mizuha, he's got his priorities straight, man. He's making sure that his training regimen and his preparation for the battles are 100% on point. That's going to be taking the priority. I get it, man. How is that funny?
Must stay focused. We must stay focused. Mizuha, let's see how he pulls things back. I understand the intention of like tapping parry every so often, spiral arrows, things like that as well. Even though one or two do or don't work, I do like his intention. I just want him to, as you mentioned, keep it a little bit tighter. I feel like you don't really have to go for that wild style, that wild streak every so often. I feel like if he plays it very basic, very grounded, I think he'll be fine. I think the way that Hibiki is playing, if you do that, I think you'll be A-okay, especially around the defensive techs that Hibiki does continuously. That's something that Hibiki has said. He's like, I tech a lot. I'm a techer. So if he plays around that, which Kami can definitely do, I think he'll get his victory. And we'll see final game between the two.
Damn, the inherent delay on a normal that is that large, that long-winded is actually pretty damn good. Hibiki already starting off with an immense lead, also getting one win stock to his name. It's pretty favorable. Uh-oh, you might be in trouble. Level 1 isn't gonna kill, but you set yourself up after the forward throw, or the forward dash, excuse me. Yeah, with how fast that that special move comes out as well, no chance you're surviving any sort of jump in.
Not even close. Set point, Hibiki. Wild finds a mark. On point. Meaty crouch fears. Well, I guess it wasn't meaty enough. Able to get that button off regardless. No drive rush cancel. But Hibiki with a solid distance. He's been able to poke with that forward fierce, crouch fierce as well. Mizuha has not been able to throw the needle just yet. Again, crouch fierce. Now the forward fierce.
Uh-oh.
Looking like Monster Hunter.
This is looking kind of free. Like Hibiki with the perfect initially, and now he's sitting on possibly another one. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is looking mad free. It is double perfect, dashing up to get the OD command grab. Hibiki immediately with a smile, he's like, yeah, that was me. Mizuha, the hair got in my eyes. I couldn't see the command grab coming. That's what happens, man.
I couldn't see.
The benefits of being bald, baby. We would have saw that. St. Colas would have saw that too.
No, I wouldn't have. It would have went like this. It would have been over.
Yeah.
Man. He got cooked. Bro, you know, you think about things on paper and how matchups go. It makes sense. He was out spacing with the crouch fierce, the wild horn. But there are things that Kami can do. It's not like she doesn't have good walk-in pressure with the jabs, crouching with the kicks and staggers. And if you get the close range dive kicks, it can definitely help out. But things like this are frustration. You can tell the frustration from Mizuha. And that just allowed the Mexican Typhoon off the OD to set this man free. 20 points, Hiroshima Team Itsuka. It's up to Magojo. All right? That's what they call him, Magojo. The one honored by heaven and earth.
The once-in-a-lifetime sorcerer, right? Not sorcerer, but like the once-in-a-lifetime player that we could ever get in the realm of Street Fighter, or even fighting games in general. Mago has the biggest mission ahead of him. He needs to not only win this, but also be wise enough to stand up somebody who would be ready in a 1-to-1 for the tiebreaker potential.
The strongest player in history versus the strongest player of today. It's gotta be Hibiki. It is going to be.
Imagine.
Not Hibiki, I'm sorry, Hikaru. Imagine they said, oh, my bad. I got so excited, I was like, the two H's got me. Excuse me, it's Hikaru.
Send him again.
So great. Send him again.
Give him a quadruple perfect. I don't know, like, just do it again. No, that'd be funny.
My mistake. Yeah.
Hikaru definitely going to be in the limelight for sure. He has been in the anchor spot with 110 points to his name thus far in the season. It just makes sense for him to be in the anchor position. I think we won't see any sub-character. This has got to be straight up Aki, right?
Yeah. No way it's any other character. No matter, I think watching these players on CFN and how they've been training, in the minute decision making that they're doing and trying to lab out and learn, it's got to be the main base. It's the characters that got them this far. There's no reason to switch. I don't even think a Manon would even be proper to go up against Jury, even if it was like a comfortability thing. And I don't even think Karu, even though he has a good Manon, it's to the level to fight someone like Magojo. So now think about this matchup, what I've seen from both these players. I witnessed something special about Mago and how he uses crouching medium punch. We know that Aki loves to leave the corner with like the cross up, down, heavy punch. Like that's been time memoriam, that button, right? Has been so good for her to catch the cross ups, catch throws and things like that. If you delay crouching medium punch, you'll catch that. If you just do like a slight walk back and catch it on the other side, it hits every single time punish counter. I've been seeing Mago do that continuously. We'll probably see it out here. He's getting prepped and prepared for this matchup for the past couple of days, and it makes sense for him to go up. Hikaru, on the other hand, playing a lot of jury players too as well. Tsubasa, many others out there. So it also makes sense to see him up here with Aki. So I'm not super surprised about this. Even if I didn't see those matches, it's also, who else would you send up? Jazzy, he's good, but is he Hikaru good? I don't think so. Only one pilot out here leading the charge. It's going to be Hikaru against Mago. It's either a tie or a blowout. Ooh, this is tense.
I mean, like, it's not even against Jazzy, right? Like, even if you were to compare Hikaru to like the rest of the roster, is like, are they going to be Hikaru good? Most of the time, probably break even, because Hikaru, again, has been one of the top point earners in the league and also has such a high win record, and they've been relying on him for the anchor spot for that exact reason. So this is going to be the most important role for Hikaru to solidify this big 40 bomber. Can the new kids on the block, the newly reformed Hiroshima Team Iguza, can they make it into the playoffs of Street Fighter League?
The same for Verel, having a new addition on Daikoku. Feels like they've had more confidence in Mago and putting him up, and he's had more confidence too as well in how he's been playing with Jury. They've also been reformed in other ways. It could come down to this. It could give us another game afterwards. We're gonna have to see Mago. The hopes and dreams of your team rest on your shoulders, but the way that he's been playing, I mean, he could definitely do it. It's, as you mentioned, no longer September Mago. It's all year, all day, all time Mago. He's just been so confident. I mean, the last time that we saw him was against Bonchan. He cooked up someone who has some of the most immaculate ground game in the business, and a character that could do so. Someone that could do it. It's Magojo. But Hikaru, the way that he's been playing lately, in and outside of the league, he's a huge threat. We'll see. We'll see the final match, or we get one more. Let's get it.
Damn! What a snipe out. Immediately swinging, Mago punishing the medium kick from Aki. And that is a hard normal to snipe out. Damn. Also, while you're in the puddle, yeah, you get the bounce up, the full-on juggle. Hikaru dealing a lot of damage. That purple stuff is slowly starting to add up to give him that life lead. On the other way, dude, they are playing leagues ahead of each other right now. The anticipation for both things. This is crazy. How do you perfect parry that? What?
Right back at him. They're turning blue. Almost there, up in the corner. Reversal button, trying to find that heavy kick. Maybe into like a level 1, possibly. Ooh, trying to tap parry the read from Mago. He's able to get the walk up, stand medium, throwing bows up in the corner. And round start, we've seen like if he goes for OD Fireball, Mago will go for like drive reversal in some scenarios if he gets close enough to get like the pushback, and then try to get aggressive right after that and take back the bar. Not so good in bar. I lied. Hikaru taking back some of the stand. He gets a punch counter. Instant overhead against a throw. What a call out.
Yeah, I mean, like, Hikaru was in perfect rights to actually get a meaty. But the big risk, the big read going in for the jump medium punch to avoid the throw, that is a giant read against Hikaru's plays.
Too expended one more touch. It's a crouching medium kick to hit. And this is something that I'm so glad I'm seeing from Mago. We have seen some essence of the feng shui engine come through at level 2 every so often. He has even himself said every so often that, you know, I'd like to go for level 3, level 1, but when it's time to grind it out, level 2, when it's time where the team needs to be on your back, you got to carry them to victory. Level 2 coming through. Gojo. Reversal, there it is.
That's something that I was talking about earlier during the FlyQuest Fight series, that a lot of the jury players that we saw there don't really get to utilize Feng Shui Engine. We're seeing the exact power of confirming into that special, or into that super, for that exact reason that Mago gets to get the corner carry, the damage is there, and also being able to layer in like the double overhead sequences or even a safe jump is so difficult to contend against. And I love that too, the recognition for the punish counter against the misplaced dive kick. Yes, sir. Safe jump. You already know it. Hikaru was in perfect shape to get that full roundhouse. Look at the damage. Set up the puddle. No, he's not gonna set up the puddle because he's already purple.
More extension right now. Range for the light lash. Could be a jump in though. Tries to go for it too far out the distance. Hikaru trying to bait out a jump. The anti-air on his own side. Gets heavy kick applied with that slight walk back to catch the throw tech.
Tried to snipe out a normal. Mago 2 steps ahead, getting the throw again. Roundhouse the check. Has to pay the toll to get out of the corner. Mago with the crosscut. Ooh, yeah, that's confirmable for sure. Plenty of time.
Give me that drive gauge. Tick throw. Up in the corner you go. Drive rush fake out to get the crushing kick off the recovery of the tap parry. Bar building up at the bottom. Light lash. Immediate level 2. Wants the lead. One more interaction. Real bad. No bar. Has to spin that level 1. Some distance.
Level 2 activation. Dash on up. Overhead blocked. Damn, the defense from there from Hikaru, superb. That overhead, he could have taken like maybe 1 or 2, but scoring that imperative knockdown for Mago would have led to so much more decision making than for Hikaru to manage. Like as soon as that knockdown happens off of the overhead, you're in the strike throw mix-up game, and that is much more detrimental than just trying to block either the normals into the overhead, I gotta say, while in Feng Shui Engine specifically.
Also like the switch up here. He doesn't go immediately for the drive reversal after like the perfect parry of the parry, or just in general against the OD fireball. He's just gonna let it rock for a little bit. Keep that bar lead as much as possible. Driver's crouching light kick to open him up. He's nice and close for that to happen. Heavy kick, medium lash. Tick throw again. The overhead? No, the low. Oh, got blown up too.
Oh. Ooh. Yeah, get into the punish counter too. I love that as an anti-air choice. He tried to backdash out of the way instead of just sitting there to block.
First throw. The fake out. Tries to stand fierce in the fireball. You get the link. Damn. Drive impact lands. Mago with the stand fierce to find the finish and put the face up in the corner space. This guy is aggressive. This guy is sick with it and quick with it. Up around.
Yeah, that's hella plus too. Jeez, the drive rush on in with the low medium kick and still being able to do low medium kick afterwards. Uh-oh, here comes the guess. Ooh, confirm again! Crouching roundhouse. So much time to get it too. Bang, level 3, not gonna kill, but it sets you up pretty nicely. Bubble.
Impact, it's a splat. If you're blocking, you're still dropping. Game to game, round to round. Pivotal right now. He's up 2. But Mago has out of bar to work with. Perfectly done. Gets the DP right after. Like that, perfect parry into the DP. Throw up in the corner. Even before 10 seconds have happened. Back is against the wall. Hikaru. What are we doing on defense? Right now, it's all offense. Plus frame staggering. The plus frame scenario off the bows. Stand fierce, take it firm. We're looking for it. We're hunting for it. We're trying to find it.
Oh. Able to get that target combo confirmed. And I love the buff that it gives to allowing that purple stuff to set in. A single hit from Hikaru could lead to much damage just like this, while still maintaining that poison state.
Good throw. Able to stock up though. Walk up, don't call it tap and parry. Cannot read the rhythm of Mago. Now Mago getting with the
level 2?
We got pop level 2.
Oh,
yes.
You get to force the burnout. Oh, you're dead! You whip punish the roundhouse! Mago getting second game off of that entire sequence of feng shui engine. That burnout was going to be imminent. I was wondering whether or not Hikaru would go for like a drive reversal, just kind of guess it, but there's plenty of time for Juri to kind of peel back and also block, right? So that's the reason why a majority of the players are not allowed to drive reversal against the feng shui engine. That was so scary.
I like the fact he's using level 2 just overall. I'm so happy to see him take this character to like the next level, and I think it's taking Hikaru off guard. Besides just, oh man, I'm getting mixed up in the corner. It's like this guy has not been utilizing this so continuously in his game plans comparatively to other Juri players. Now he's showing so many different elements, so many different sorts of strings that even Hikaru cannot point out or pivot to. Like the perfect parries, we see the attempts, but they're getting walk-up thrown continuously. The jump into as well. Haven't been always anti-air. Usually Hikaru is pretty on point with those, but it's just where Mago's choosing to go in, when he's choosing to go in, the various too as well. How he chooses to start off the rounds when the OD fireball is in play. It's not always perfect parry, drive reversal. It's I'll perfect parry or I'll tap parry or I'll just chill with it. A lot of variance and a lot of the 2D god decision making you would expect from Mago when he is on form. He's on game point, and this could lead possibly to that first to death, that first to one. Hikaru, what do you do, bro?
My commentary brain can't figure it out. It's like there's no way I could place myself in Hikaru's perspective or point of view to figure out what needs to change. Mago is just playing out of his mind right now. He is locked in further in than Hikaru is right now, but at the same time, Hikaru, he could find the rebuttal. He is taking some time to kind of cool down, really reassess, as he should. I don't think he did poorly. Mago is keeping it a buck. He is keeping it at like Capcom Cup potential, Capcom Cup caliber type of play. He's playing something fierce right now.
Real. Like we saw that with Bonchan, it wasn't a fluke. This is him having some immaculate footsies. Spacing game is on point. Playing on the player tendencies on defense and on offense too as well, and really maximizing the things that Juri is good about and knowing or I guess I should say how to meld it all together, right, at the proper timings. Like it's hard for someone like Hikaru who grinds it out continuously in this game to get a hold of. Power of experience, the power of Mago. It's on game point. Woody Fireball does land this time. Crushing little kick, he staggers a heavy kick. Mago not getting exposed just yet. Still in poison. It's off now. Mr. Clean.
Oh. Way too intense to call. The jump in is everything against the misplaced Serpent Lash from Hikaru. The forward throw now, dashing up again. Could apply a meaty. Instead, it's a throw. Do it again.
So good. Put dive and throw right after. He's able to tap, not let the throw connect. Counter off the jab. Reversal, Abare button. Venomous Fang Ender. The jump back medium. Are you kidding me? Mogojo. This guy. Incredible. What a read. Set point. Vicious.
The command grab. We haven't seen that stunt at all thus far from Hikaru. Applies the puddle. Yes, sir. Gets a knock up. Roundhouse back into it. Drive rush on in. Still gets the juggle. Yes, sir.
That's perfect parry though. Now push for the throw. Stocks it with a Fuhajin. Oh, caught the recovery with a light lash. Crushing kick. This should be it. No bar at the bottom necessary. I don't think. Yeah, hitting with the medium. Staving off set point. We get another game. Karu.
Oh, I was about to say, do you dare Serpent Lash again from this range? OD bubble instead. Drive reversal. The benefit more so towards Mago. He still retains that 3-bar threshold. Looking kind of orange now. This is the drive battle. That is for sure. Uh-oh, that's not a real string. Hikaru knew it. Level 3.
That drive gauge. Hikaru, drive rush him for the plus frames. Perfect parry. Knew he wanted more. Got to greedy and needy for the continuation. Walk up throw again. Standing, he's staggering the plus frames now. Walk up throw, trying to get a tap parry. Crush the TP. No! Wasn't ready. The punish counter. Level 1. Won't spin, I don't think just yet. Oh! What?
That is so sick. So that works. So that specific setup allows Hikaru to get that cross up consistently because of that ender. That ender puts the character like just out of the corner, but you can't tell. You really cannot tell with that ender. Mago was actually out of the corner by a slight sliver, which allows for that cross up to happen. Hikaru had done that in the Super Premiere to get him a big W, and he does so against Mago. Mago was not ready for that tech.
Insane. Final game between the two. I guess Mago doesn't have anything for that button. We'll see. Medium hits, the DP right after, the dash up, crouching medium kick, caught him standing, that's why it's landing. Stamping into the fireball. Harassing the drive gauge, trying to get the jump in, but the dash under and the punish counter is even better. The big bust out here for Mago to get some distance. Stem off that pressure.
Oh. Yeah, that was a punish counter a little bit too raw from the side of Mago. Out of there. Good presence of mind from Ricardo to jump out of there. And also, the big confirmed level 1 dirty bubble incoming. Watch out for the overhead. Oh, he's going for the lows. Serpent Lash, don't do it. He's waiting for it. Oh, and so was Hikaru. He was baiting out Mago's reaction time throughout the normal to see if Mago would respond. A light normal at that. I'm loving this work right now from Hikaru.
Heavy kick goes for the command grab. Nice interruption. Let's start up on that. This time, Mago ready and steady to push that command grab away. Drive rush medium, backs away from the throw. Harassing the drive gauge with that heavy. Backed up, got the punish counter. Hits it with the super. Bow. In burnout. The bear that's a burnout about to go to work. Don't let her in. Don't let her in. Yeah, level 1 that.
Feng Shui twice? No, he's gonna dash up for the pressure. Oh, you better get that gray soon into green. Oh, you're hella dead. Ladies and gentlemen, Hikaru, as long as he doesn't drop it. Hiroshima Team Iguza makes it to the playoffs with a clean sweep. 40 points to 0. Taking it up against Verel. And what needed to be the big comeback from Mago just absolutely diminished and taken away. Hikaru with the perfect situation to close it out, being the Baroness of Burnout. That is insane.
Absolutely amazing stuff from Hikaru. Honestly thought he was going to get destroyed, defeated, depleted. He was looking cooked, but playing around the tendencies of Mago finally was able to kind of capture what Mago wanted to do. You mentioned the light lash, that perfect range to possibly bait out a jump in, and he's like, Mago's like, oh, there's no way to jump. There's no way at this point. Also, we saw that crossover, that sick conversion up in the corner. I had not seen that before. First time. Also, I guess for Mago too as well. But man, just the way he was able to route things back where it was looking definitely dim, and being able to properly do, you know, the walk back heavy kicks, getting the punish counters too as well at the very end. Just look at this. Hikaru, this was definitely looking in the favor of Mago the entire time. Able to route it back and caught Mago to a point where he's kind of receded back to a point where he was less confident. When you take away Mago's confidence, he is not the same player. And that slowly started to happen, and Hikaru played around that. 40 points, Team Itsuka with a blowout. And they, as you mentioned, are at the playoffs. We will be seeing them in a few weeks. But a blowout was not what I was expecting. Let's see, the last time that they played, it was Verel taking the win,
25-20, yeah.
Yeah. Not 40. I did not even think that was going to be close to happening on either side.
That could have gone into another tiebreaker scenario with how closely contested these two teams are, but Hikaru, man's got that, he's got that clutch in him. They, I gotta say, the two H's, they officially got their hunter's license, baby. Hibiki and Hikaru.
Yep.
I'm loving that. That's wild, man. So we get to see them. They are insured, actually secured, excuse me, for the playoffs that are going to be happening in December.
Yes. Breakout team. Again, if you were tapped into the scene, you definitely saw this team. You're like, yeah, they could definitely make the magic happen. You're talking to other players that were outside of league. They were kind of pinning Hiroshima Team Itsuka to be a very dominant force. And you see it right now against Verel. Verel is obviously no slouch. You had Daikoku, a very fantastic Gao player. Moki Mizuwa Mago. And the way that Mago had been showing out, honestly, going in, thought Mago would be prepared for this matchup. And for a while, he was. Hikaru started making the right reads, the proper execution. That nasty switch up in the corner, I think, led to the demise. Started breaking Mago down. Winter interviews all the way through. Jazzy has not been able to play as much as often. Hopefully we get to see that at the playoffs. Akuma has been in the background working on his stream. He says he thanks his mates for all the wins that have been happening. And he has been a Legend Slayer in the last season. We hopefully get to see that at the playoffs. He has the capability. He has a new character that he has worked with in 5 that is real good in this game, in this season too as well. I would expect to see him a lot more in the playoffs.
That's going to be something nasty too, like going into the playoffs. I think having him on reserve for now and allowing him to set up for just one team is going to be so good. But right now, they got to take it in stride. They got to go celebrate or something. Wherever they're at, they got to meet up and hang out, because this was the win that they needed. The breakout performance from Hibiki and Hikaru in Street Fighter League is absolutely real. I got to say, despite Hikaru getting the big W against Mago, I think personally Hibiki getting the double perfect against Mizuha in that fashion was way more impactful.
You know, I agree with that actually. The fact that he was so dominant in that match and outwalling somebody and kind of out-buttoning a player like Mizuha is not something you typically see, and he locked him down enough where he can get that drive rush command grab to end the round. Fantastic stuff from Hibiki. I don't even care about the matchup. Like, just the way that he played that overall was fantastic. Picture perfect at the very end. We're getting his interview too as well. Hibiki says, I was pretty confident against Cammy. I was able to fix my moves thanks to my team. We haven't really seen him be able to show out as much. Sometimes the matchups didn't favor them. You know, we saw how he had to fight Daikoku, and even that matchup wasn't too bad, even though it's not terrible. I mean, it's not terrible for Guile. It's good for Guile. It's bad for Lily, one of her worst. The fact that he was able to take it to the limit shows that Hibiki has what it takes, and he was able to show out today. So congratulations to him. So I wasn't doing well in tournaments, so I wanted to win at least in the league. Yeah, I think Singapore, he got out really early in pools. But, I mean, honestly, there was a lot of stacked players in pools. Like, he was knocked out in pools, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen to somebody. Even I think Nemo got knocked out in pools, I believe, too, as well. So, you know, it tends to happen when you have only demons out there. But I'm glad he's doing work out here in League.
My man looks exhausted. It's like it's as if he just played an entire premiere in that one set. That's the power of the infinite void, right? Like Mago, he's just gonna like mentally wear you out. I've never seen Hikaru look this exhausted. That's actually kind of funny. And he said it too. Like his first words from the interview was, "I'm really tired, guys." Like. He says, I'm really tired. I was so scared about this anger game, and I was so focused to win that round. Insane.
Man said, I summoned 8 poison treasures, and it worked out with Aki. That's all it took. Just summon the poison one. All right. Focused to win the round. Yeah, he was very focused. I mean, I think that's that cross-up opportunity definitely. You see something like that, even as like a top-level player, you're like, maybe you've been hit by it before, but in a stressful situation like this, it maybe mentally breaks you down, because after that, you start seeing more adjustments and reads from the side of Hikaru instead of Mago. The reverse happened, and we'll take the lead. But he says, thanks to all the fans, production, for all the support. It's been good seeing him rise to the occasion outside of league and inside of league. You know, he's been grinding it out. He says, like, with 10 hours a day, he eats, sleeps, and thinks about Street Fighter, plays Street Fighter. It's all on his mind. We see the result.
We are getting the rest of the players and captain's interview going into it. We will be getting the captain's interview as they get themselves ready for playoffs, their final thoughts amongst each other. It's going to be the captains in a roundtable discussion from each team that had qualified into playoffs as well, as we're getting ready for the translations coming in for Aqua.
I was training for Moke. I was confident about it. It was really great that we were able to start off with a good win. Welcome Hikaru this season. It's the first time as a leader, which is wild because Aqua, I feel like he's like a natural born leader. We saw how he was able to compile all those players that weren't in Street Fighter League, that now some of them are in Street Fighter League, including him, and able to lead all the esports led things over Street Fighter. Street Fighter 5, I'm sorry, and sometimes Street Fighter 6. So he has his own little events, and it makes sense to see him as a leader because he takes a lot of initiative in doing a lot of things for the game. He says, we were doing well in the beginning, but other teams found out how to win against us. It's such a unique team that it makes sense that they would do well at the beginning and people start to figure out the matchups, find ways to get prepared for these more wily characters. But the fact that they were able to stay solid at the very end shows that they have what it takes more so than just playing weird characters. Like, that doesn't take them to the victory point. What does is their play and their practice and their prowess.
Yeah, you can see the amount of pressure too, like a lot of these players kind of go through, and more so for the captain position, like taking full consideration of like how hard Hikaru has been working to net all of these big W's. It would have been so devastating if they did not make it into the playoffs, despite all of the hard efforts from Hikaru, right? Like him getting 110 points prior to this matchup is mad impressive for their very first time into the league. So Aqua very much so appreciative of that effort. Talking about that as well, I'm very impressed to see like the role that Aqua has taken. If you guys ever happen to catch like the other streamers covering a lot of the SFL events, Aqua's been on the forefront of that. He's broken down so many of the different matches statistically. He has gone through like the replays. He has gone through the possible stipulations of who's making it into playoffs and which matchups have been favorable. Him now being in the league to like do all of that plus being able to play like makes him, in my opinion, the perfect captain. So I think he made the right calls despite it being his very first season being captain. I think he made some very good like executive decisions in regards to player order.
Right, 100% agree. But with all this being said, we have to say goodbye to Verel, who were so close by, obviously, this one game to make it into the playoffs. Daikoku, I gotta give him a big shout out because I feel like there are a lot of God players that get a lot of notice. Daikoku, we don't get to see him travel too often or play in tournaments too often, but when he does come out, he shows out. He was at EWC for a little bit during the Dallas qualifier. That's where I got to meet him. And then watching his streams after that, I was like, this guy's really good. And there were a lot of moments where he got to show out against, like, we saw the Lily player, that was Hibiki. That was the last time that they played. Against Hiroshima Team Itsuka. The other matches, too, as well, against, like, Moke. Just, I like his style switch up. When he goes for offense and defense, you can see, like, the flip in his mind when he wants to switch up in terms of like the boom placements and the timings and things like that and the buttons. I just kind of like that style that he plays that character. He has an all-arounder feel. So Daikoku says, my first league, Street Fighter 6, I wanted to show my strength. I'm sorry I couldn't win. It's the emotion.
ゲーム外でね、一緒に戦ってくれた、まあ、小作なんかね、一緒に毎日ね、こう、オーダーのね、こととか、話し合ったりね、なんで、本当にいい期間でした。まあ、来年も出場できるから、得られた経験をね、手に、また一生懸命頑張ろうと思います。ありがとうございました。
大国でよかったよ。
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。
That hits the heart. That hits the heart. So he said, I'm really sorry I couldn't win. Mago taught me a lot about Street Fighter 6. Really enjoyed my time playing with Moke. I'm sorry I made Mizuha worry. It was a really great time. You can see the passion that he has, the energy that he has. I love seeing people, win or lose, show that emotion on their sleeve. It shows how much that means to them. How much it means to them to be a part of this team element, how much competition does. It breaks the heart, bro. It breaks the heart.
I think it's imperative that I think you know, Faker had talked about this too, like his trials and tribulations of like being like the #1 in the world in his craft as well. It's like you have to take some of these losses to improve upon. Like your success is not defined by the wins you take. So I think even though Daikoku feels like he didn't perform as well as he should have, I think you have to understand like the losing process is part of the success. Like you have to understand like how to take that in stride and figure out what to do going forward. So it is hard on the mental to see it that way, but I think Daikoku's on the right track of slowly figuring that out with the amount of passion that he's showing, like how much it hurts him. Like he knows
Right.
that like his hard work didn't necessarily equate to the success, but as long as we get to see him like further improve, I think that's what matters. And I would love personally to see Verel allow him to do so, because I think he was a very solid fit for this team composition.
Again, happy birthday to Moke. Getting some words from him.
Damn!
Really got a lot of fans coming to the offline watch party, and we were doing our best. We couldn't do so in the games. I'm really sorry we couldn't get to the playoffs. Again, a lot of heartfelt things coming through from even a jokester like Moke. Like, that guy is an absolute goober, but he knows when to keep it serious. And obviously, again, you see how it affects him to not continue into the league.
ただチームメイトがすげえ助けてくれたなっていうのと、本当みんな高いモチベーションで一緒に練習長い期間してくれたんで、やっぱそこはすごい感謝してますし、今回ちょっとプレーオフ行けなかったんですけど、今回のその経験を得てプレイヤーとしてまた一つ成長できたと思うので、すごいみんなありがとうございますっていう感じです。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
そして、リーダー。
A couple more things coming in from the side of like Mizuha and the like. So Mizuha with his damn, I know Manga's gonna hit us with something crazy. But Mizuha had said I had some really bad games, but the team supported me with all the wins that we did have. It is unfortunate that we can't proceed to the playoffs, but thank you all for the support. Very straightforward, but you could hear it in his voice, in Mizuha's voice. You can see like the depth of emotion that he's still trying to like hold back.
When I think about it, you're playing not only for your team, but for the people that support you, the people that watch you every single week, that go to the caravans, that go out to the watch parties and things like that, that come to your stream. It's so heavy for them. And again, that reverence means that's even more pressure. When I think about that, that is what also brings about, I'm assuming, the emotions. And even Mago, even in this situation, you don't see him that typical jokester sort of vibe. It is very serious. You know how much it means to him too as well. It's so over. We couldn't do our best from the start. We really thought that we had a chance since we started winning from the second half.
踏まえた上でこの10節戦ってくれて、最後はみんなの完成形が見れたなっていうふうには思ってて、そのままプレーオフ行けたらなっていうふうに思ってたんですけど、悔しいです。とにかくチームメイトには本当にこの2ヶ月間、3ヶ月間ですか、いろいろとイベントもある中でやってもらって本当に感謝というか、戦ってくれてありがとうございました。そしてね、こんな我々を応援してくれたファンの皆様とか、パブリックビューに来てくださった皆様とか、あとはスパーリングで手伝ってくれた皆様とか、本当に感謝の気持ちしかないので、また引き続き、我々をよろしくお願いできたなと思います。皆さんありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
お疲れ様でした。
ということで、本当に素晴らしい試合で、惜しくも敗れてしまいましたが、この1ラウンドでね、ワンプレー。
I don't know if you do you want to take this one because I'm spent, brother. I'm
All right. So he said we tried for the best game, wanted to proceed. We really had a chance. Thank you all for the cheers and support from everyone. For him to relay that they were so close but weren't able to make it, that hurts, man. But that's like the way this goes for competition. At the very end, only one can win, and we send 3 teams home today in totality, and 3 teams move on. But for all the teams that didn't make it, we are appreciative of their efforts, their support too as well. The league, and all the time that they've committed to play every or about every single week, it feels like. And if they're not playing, they're grinding everything out. So it hurts, man. You can tell the emotion is there. Man, I feel it.
Yeah. They had a I'm pretty sure they'll show that infographic of like their overall journey. They really started to accumulate like win after win after win, and these were significant wins too. If I were to like look at the overall performances, I think there was a moment where Verel at like week 3 they got their big breakout performance against Belc FAV Gaming. Going further afterwards, I think it took until the second half where they got in week 6 another big 40. It's been back and forth, actually, man. Like, it wasn't until they started to really find success week 8 and then back-to-back week 9, only to get halted here, man. But this is the stats, right? 30-10 for CAG Osaka over Belc FAV Gaming. 25-20 in favor of Crazy Raccoon over Yogibo Reject. Then you saw the finale. Verel falling way short against Hiroshima Team Ikuza's 40 bomber. This is it right here. Yogibo Reject maintaining the first place, breaking the threshold of 300 points. Insane with 305 total. Crazy Raccoon trailing right behind it with 245. And of course, you see Hiroshima Team Ikuza with a big advancement of 230 points. You can see it right here. We talked about it. Belc FAV Gaming, unfortunately, with a steady line, no longer having a heartbeat, the way that it's looking at that flat line. But Verel, again, a couple of peaks and valleys, right? A little bit of consistency. But I gotta say, man, there was a lot of fluctuation for these teams, and it was very difficult to call. Outside of Yogibo Reject, they've just been up and up and up the entire way through.
Oh, yeah, Crazy Raccoon especially be on the up and up at the very right time with that second place spot. But again, that shows how much in contention everything was out here at Street Fighter League in both divisions. It came down to this. And also shows the strength of each and every team and how it comes down to strategy, character to character, player to player, everything combined to stay fine. So we have 3 teams now. Yogibo Reject, who did bleed to Crazy Raccoon today. Crazy Raccoon and Hiroshima Team Itsuka. And we have our full playoffs. Good 8 squad. Fukushima Ibushinken, Saishu Kansou Komoto. First day, second day, Yogibo Reject, Crazy Raccoon, Hiroshima Team Itsuka. We'll see who's moving on to the grand finals in those 2 days. In Division S and Division F. I cannot wait for that. It's not only in a few weeks. It's a month. It's a few weeks, bro. It's just gotta wait a few more days.
It's gonna feel that way.
A bit of time. Yeah, a lot of time.
Yeah, with a full month. Oh man, that was heartfelt. There was a full month of preparation going into it, man. December 21st and 22nd, I know somebody in the chat was asking when the playoffs are going to be happening. Mark your calendars now. December 21st and the 22nd is going to be the playoffs, respectively, for Division S and then into Division F. There will be an official English broadcast. Myself and Senkola will be taking the charge for that. Again, I gotta say, I'm pretty sure it is a pay-per-view event for the actual dates. I will be double-checking and posting it live on Twitter. I know St. Cola will as well, as to whether or not the English broadcast for everyone to view afterwards will be shown, whether or not a week later or maybe like the next day. So please, please, please pay close attention to both of our Twitters as well as Capcom_esports if you want that direct information. But going forward, we will definitely be keeping you guys in check with when the English broadcast goes live. Now we have the round table, going right into it. We got the team leaders of Yogibo Reject, Crazy Raccoon, and Hiroshima Team Ikuza with Tokido, Dogura, and Aqua.
Well, so Kid looks like a Jedi Master right there. That is actually crazy. The blue outline is wild. We're going to be getting the interviews, as you mentioned, to get to talk back and forth and ideate. Start off with Aqua, who has been, again, fantastic in detailing what's been going on in the league, getting the stats ready, not only in terms of who needs to qualify for what, but also the breakdown of the individual players and their characters too as well. He is a study head out here. He's a technician, a lab rat, and it worked out for his team to be able to reign supreme out here, at least in third place spot. Aqua says, slight change. Could have changed everything, but we're here. Again, that's how the league is. At any point you put the wrong character here or the wrong player here, you could get knocked out. But Aqua and his team got that 40 bomb today, but does understand that anything could happen.
はい。言えないだろ。
Ooh, I like the confidence here. He said, we're just going to go to our first grand finals. I like that energy. We'll train this 1 month to get it.
結構ね、厳しい相手かなと思ってるんですけど、まあ1ヶ月あるんで、結構どうにでも、やりようはあるんで、まあアウェースタートにはなっちゃうんですけど、まあちょっとしっかり返り討ちできるように準備していきたいと思います。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
A lot of confidence coming in from Aqua.
2通過となりました。クレイジーラクーン、ドグラ
As we had mentioned prior, I mean, there's a lot of time like between now and the playoffs to focus on technically 2 teams, right? You're going to plan to win and then face off against the #1 spot. It's going to be applying for both Crazy Raccoon and Hiroshima Team Ikuza. But the fact of the matter is, Yogibo Reject's going to be big chillin' right now. I think they're already well prepared for both of these teams. Despite the outcome that had come up from Crazy Raccoon, I feel like it's going to be a different atmosphere going into the playoffs because Crazy Raccoon will be technically on the away side if they win, and the same applies for Hiroshima Team Ikuza if they win that initial bout in the first matchup. So, in regards to the format, I'm not sure if it will be a longer format for the matchups itself, right? If it's going to be like a first to a certain amount of points, where they get 2 chances to go like home and away, like they would in a grand final scenario. So I'm kind of curious to see how that plays out. Yeah, dude, this is like what? Obi-Wan Tokido, dude, like sending the transmission. It's not even him.
He's rejecting. I like that. Ash projecting or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right. Dogura, interview from him. I was watching the last match. It's a dramatic ending, but they know that their team is really difficult to win against us. So Dogura having some confidence in his composition and his characters, as he should. I think on paper, his characters and his players could do well against Hiroshima Team Itsuka. And we're getting Obi Tokido, Wan Kenobi himself, and getting his words. As you mentioned, this guy and his team have everything locked down. I think actually drawing blood from him and his team is enough to be like, okay, we have to even more hyper-focus. They're going to be even more enraged. You know how you like, you beat the first health bar of a boss, you get the second cutscene right after, and they change up to a different form. That's what's about to happen with Yogibo Reject. They're going to change to their second form. The music changes. They can become even more powerful. So I think that Crazy Raccoon showcasing that they can bleed actually makes Yogibo Reject lock in even more so.
Yeah, I'll accept that. I think, damn, he brought out the headband? He finally brought out the headband, huh?
Serious.
Looking at it statistically, right, Dogura was mentioning that statement of their team is really difficult to win against us. He was referring to Hiroshima Team Ikuza. He's absolutely right. The last time they met in Week 8, Crazy Raccoon absolutely shut down Hikaru, Aqua, and Hibiki. But then again, Hikaru was using Mano in that matchup. But if you were to look at week number 3, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, so that one was a lot closer cut. That was when Hikaru was actually rocking with the Aki as well. Crazy Raccoon managed to get the W just slightly into tiebreaker with 25-20. So despite the win record, I think if they play their cards right, that is Hiroshima Team Ikuza, and stick to their guns of keeping their mains, I think there is a moment where they could keep it rather close and into a tiebreaker scenario. Granted, Hiroshima Team Ikuza in that spot where they actually fell through 20-25, they're going to be on the away side going forward into the playoffs. So that's a very significant detail to think about. But Tokido, he had his words as well, brought out the headband, but he says, so Ikuza and Crazy Raccoon are the finalists, huh? They're the only teams who we lost to, so we got to watch out for those teams. And he had said, if Verel won, I wanted Verel to come through, but they got knocked out, so we'll just prepare for both teams.
Was that necessary? He's like, yeah, I want them to come through, but they're on the stands like some fans. But that's a good, interesting point, though, Tokido brings up. Hiroshima Team Itsuka and Crazy Raccoon were the only teams to really take Yogibo Reject to the limit. That's a really good, interesting point. We'll see what happens here. Again, I think when you draw blood from somebody, or from some teams, or from some players, they start to recognize you as a threat, and they lock in even more so. We have the teams up here. We have the captains up here. 21st, 22nd, and next month. Y'all be locked and prepared. We'll let you know the exact dates for the restream when they happen, of course. But That locks in what's going on with all the teams out here for the playoffs. It's been an incredible journey, an incredible run all the way up to this point. And a very sad one, too, as well, letting go some of these teams and their players. I hope some of those return. Especially, I want Verel to return. I want Fable Gaming to return as well, maybe with a different composition or order. But right now, we got to focus on the future, the immediate future.
The future is now, old man. Make sure to mark your calendars. December 21st and 22nd, Division S as well as Division F. You guys want to make sure to stay in your seats for that one because this is going to be completely hot-headed and high-leveled for damn sure. You can see the 6 teams. Saishunkan, Seoul, Kumamoto, Fukushima, Ibushigen, Good 8 Squad. Then we just saw our main 3 crowned today with Yogibo Reject, Crazy Raccoon, and Hiroshima Team Ikusa. You guys really, really don't want to miss it because it'd be really a disservice to yourself if you've been tuning in for this long and decide to miss out on the playoffs. Like, come on now. Let's be real. You're going to be there.
What are you doing? You'll see some of the best Street Fighter 6 you've ever saw. I mean, you have throughout the entirety of the league. You saw the meta being pushed, these players being pushed to the limit where they've had to develop different strategies and things like that. You've seen the evolution of players in real time. Do not miss the playoffs as we march towards the grand finale where we will crown one, and I do repeat, one champion team to fight off against the US and EU. US is ongoing right now. EU ongoing alive. Probably be in a few hours after this, actually. As they're on the halfway point, or after the halfway point, actually. So keep that locked and loaded so we see what teams will reign supreme and move over and fight it out at Capcom Cup at the last day. Street Fighter League, the championships will be at the very last day.
Really looking forward to it, man. There's been so many things that have been happening like day in, day out, every single week in Street Fighter 6. And I gotta say, it's pretty mind-blowing to digest all of it because there's been a lot of weekly events that have come out all around the world. There are so many ways to digest via like CFN replays as well, but the important thing is also being able to tune in to Capcom Cup with everything that you've been digesting all year long. Treat yourself by joining in to Capcom Cup. You definitely cannot miss it because in March, in Japan, you are going to witness history being made for another $1 million prize pool along with the Street Fighter League World Championships that's going to be happening on that Sunday. You can see the actual schedule, March 5th through the 9th. You get that whole entire bout from top 16 over on Saturday, then the big finale with the team tournament. What's really cool is if you decide to go, all the attendees get some really, really cool hoodies and some really cool Capcom Cup passports, which is pretty interesting. I got to check that out. But again, this is where we're at. The playoffs going to be happening December 21st and the 22nd. I swear to you, chat, if you ask me what the date is, I'm going to be harking on it every single time, December 21st and the 22nd. The grand finals, however, that's going to be happening a few months after, but it's just before Street Fighter League. The grand finals happening February 11th. I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like I should just be there. Like, if it just makes sense to be there in Japan and to kind of wait it out until like Street Fighter League. I'm pretty sure we're allowed to do that with our US visas, but that'll be a lot of money too. So mark your calendars. Yeah. Be sure to be there. Damn, the S and A rank are already sold out for the grand finals. It's wild.
Only Bs remain out here. That's again the reverence. You know, the respect that is given to Street Fighter out there and how much people are in a fever pitch to watch the finale, and it makes sense. You've seen the action up to this point. You've seen what's been occurring. We're about to see the finale in a few weeks in terms of the playoffs and get our last 2 teams solidified for the grand finale. People, it's been a fantastic time. We have our playoffs solidified. We'll see you in a month. Get ready, get prepared. We will see you in the streets.
マッチ3は正常な状態で見ることができなかったですね。あまりにも手に汗握りすぎて、はい。でもやっぱこの長くやってきて本当に勝ちたいからこそのこのひりつきっていうのがね、やっぱいいなと。もう勝者も敗者も真剣にぶつかっているからこそのこの本当に最高の試合が出るというね、ところで、もう今年も非常に楽しませていただきました。この後はプレーオフで、さらに戦って、そしてグランドファイナル。でグランドファイナルで勝ったら日本代表チーム。
そうですね。
でしかも世界大会ワールドチャンピオンシップ優勝したら、なんとね、カッコンカップのチケットっていう、驚きの、そう、あれも発表もありましたから、はい、 これまで以上に日本代表そのチームを応援するっていう熱量もさらに上がる、しかもその対決が日本で行われるということで、リーグもかなりより熱さを増してきていると思うので、ぜひ引き続き皆さん、応援していただければと思います。本当に楽しかったです。
ありがとうございます。ということで解説はアメゴさんでお送りいたしました。本当にねプレーオフももう来月に迫っておりますので、ぜひこちらも楽しみにしていただければと思います。この後は選手の音声にね本日のハイライトご覧いただきながらお別れとさせていただきます。それではまたプレーオフでお会いいたしましょう。さよなら。
さよなら。ジャスパーできるとその後のトリグラフ確定するんで、
このまま押し切るか。流星新たな状況で人形があえてのスレからやってきた。流星の強気な選択肢を
勘違いしたか。
1ゲージどこに来ましたゲージから
もったいなかったので
ゲージ削っていくとは思わなかったっす。違うさすがですね。あれどっちだったっけ。
エイタは死ぬ気で1ゲージをちょっと稼ぎたい。
とりあえず1本は食べたいし、
ガー
オッケー。はい。ナイス。
うわ残空でね。
ハブゲームズからは DS 選手の王毅がやってます。
なるほど。
TS 君キャラ。
そのトリグラフ、地面から入ってくるトゲの飛び道具をジャスパーできると。
対象。TS 系。系。
通したまだ残るが投げる残らないぞ。
全勝ちっすよ。全勝ちました。いやー強すぎましたわ。さすがリーダー。全勝ちはやばいっす。マジで強かった。
仕事帰りのサラリーマンみたいな顔してた君今。疲れたって顔してた今。
捨てざるはないが後ろここで
やったー。ありがとう。いやもう完璧っす。もう完璧でございます。ナイス。
応じないシュート。そして今度は OD。ナイス。
ワープ見たからね。ワープ見たから確定だね。
さっきから一生避けられたんで最後は待って
最後打ちました。
最後は待ってから打ちました。
冷静だね。
残る。しかしトライブケージが少ない中段をここまで1回もないがここまで1回もないがラッシュイブルに上から見つけた。
うわ神業ドーン。
やったー。
それで後ろ向けあるの。日は昇るか。ザバレ。
うわごめんなさいマジでごめん。
どんまいどんまい。
ナイス。よっしゃー。
よし変えた。
よし。
勝利を手繰り寄せた。
いけるぞ。いけるぞ。
いくぞ。
勝つぞ。
タッチすればミザーとしてはガブライバーいたが。ミザーとしてはガブライバーいたが。
いやどんまいどんまい。いやしょうがない。
いやごめん。
頼みます。申し訳ないな。すいません。
やってくるよ。
ゆっくりいけなかった。
お前ゆっくり行くって言ったじゃん。
その前でプレイオフへと飛び立った。
いやごめん。
休まれ。
どんまい。
いや申し訳ない。
いや本当にごめん。
申し訳ない。
広島チーム戦
やられた。
よしナイス。ありがとうマジでありがとう。いやー神。
広島チームよ
かったよこれ。
ラストは40点。
40-0。
いやー偉いよ。
光の勝利となりました。
よくまくったわ。
孫さん強かった。いや偉い。マジで偉い。
最後はねバーンアウトで。
最後はみんなで勝った。いやージャジ君もありがとう。いいアドバイスだったよ。
嬉しい。
いやよかった。マジでよかった。
やっぱ頑張ったわ。
よし。じゃあみんなで明日広島行こうな。